Women's sabre teams, England and India, Scotland and Australia, please assemble at the end of the finals piece nearest the glass windows. Assemble at the end of the finals piece near the windows. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, it is still the morning. Good morning. Welcome to our coverage of Day 7 of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We are here for the start of two sets of competition today. It is the start of the junior team competitions, and it is the start of the veteran individual competitions. And we are picking up our commentary coverage today here at the University of East London Sports Dock with coverage of the semi-finals of the women's team sabre competition. The athletes being presented to the audience now. Our commentary coverage will focus on the finals piece as we look to cover the semi-finals of the women's team sabre. That will be followed by the bronze medal match of the women's team sabre, and then the final. And those will all be coming in quite quick succession. Then we will be turning our attention to the women's foil team, junior women's foil team, and the men's junior épée team. They are currently in the quarterfinal stage, and if you want to follow that footage, if you want to jump across to any of those pistes, then you can do. The junior men's épée is currently being taking place on the blue and the yellow pistes, and they are taking place. England against Wales is in action on blue, and New Zealand, Scotland is in action on yellow. And then they will be followed by the second wave of last 8 matches, where South Africa and Canada will be on piste blue, Singapore, Australia will be on piste yellow. They're anticipated to be at around 12:15, give or take. Meanwhile, on the green and the red piste, we have the junior women's foil competition. So currently on green, England is taking on Northern Ireland, that's junior women's foil, while on red, Australia takes on New Zealand. After the conclusion of those matches, we will have the second wave of quarterfinal matches, and that will be on green, Malaysia and Scotland, and on red, India against Canada. You can watch any of those coverage, so any coverage of any of the coloured pistes, you can watch that for yourself. That is on the Fencing Vision YouTube channel, and if you just go to that YouTube channel, you will be able to see the live streams for each one of those coloured pistes. And then we also have a dedicated podium piste coverage, because we may move across to cover any closing stages of any quarterfinals or coloured piste action that's happening, if it gets particularly exciting or close in the finish. But for now, we will begin our coverage of the women's junior sabre team semi-finals, and we will be focusing on England against India. India have been in action already this morning. They came through the only quarterfinal matchup, which was in India against Wales, and they came through against, and they came through 45, I think 37. Let me just check that one for you. Yeah, 45-37 they came through. Here we go then. England on your right against India on our left. And it's an interesting choice in the early, if you're just looking down the lineups. So the first match on is Abby of India and Bethany Brearley of England. Interesting that Brearley is the third fencer, which means that she will be finishing for England. Ellen Robbins-Wilkinson, the experienced Ellen Robbins-Wilkinson, the silver medalist from the individual, is not being chosen as the finisher for this team match. And in fact, bronze medalist Hui Sin Cecile is sitting on the bench with the currently as the reserve with Nicole Saunders, Ellen Robbins-Wilkinson and Bethany Brearley making up the starting three. For the India team, Kritharthi Kotwal will be coming on for the third match. The finisher will be Shreya Gupta, so she will come on for the second match for India, but she will also be closing off the ninth leg. And then we also have Debbie Laishram Abhi, who is on now, and she will be the penultimate leg for India. In reserve, Murakina Babireddy. So then, here we go. Brearley of England on our right, Abhi of India on our left, and we are about to get this first semi-final underway. Strong into the middle goes Brearley. Forces the mistake from Abhi, chases her down, calm, and scores. This time successful on the parry with Brearley, unsuccessful on the riposte. She shrugs to her bench. You can see Abhi, she's looking to come off the line, patiently waiting, but Brearley is coming off the line so aggressive that she's making it very difficult. Really into a 3-2 lead. First attack is given as into the guard from Brearley. The referee is sent to the video to have another look. You can see Brearley, she's every time in the middle, she's gone in aggressive, she's gone in fast, and she's gone in deep. And Abhi just currently forced to respond, forced to react. She's dropping short in the middle every single time. But a couple of unforced errors from Brearley has meant that she is unable to that has just kept Abhi in this. And again, she misses. And again, Brearley this time closes out. 5-2. Strong performance from Brearley. She just got on in front, got really dominant off the line. Forced mistakes from the Indian fencer. She takes England into a 5-2 lead. It's a good start for Bethany Brearley. So Brearley has handed on to Nicole Saunders, and Abhi has handed on to Shreya Gupta. Devi Abhi handing on to Shreya Gupta, who will close out the match for India in the ninth leg. Shreya Gupta, highest individual finish for India. She finished 6th in the individual event. You can see onto the attack immediately. Gupta doing the work against Saunders. Strong attacks off the line. Saunders coming off the line, looking to parry, and she just has no answer at the moment. She is unable to attack. She is unable to defend. And Shreya Gupta's just piling on the pressure off the line. 1-6 the score in this leg. Gupta opening out a lead for India, sorry. And again, it's attack after attack from Shreya Gupta, and Nicole Saunders is just unable to get out of the middle. She is unable to do anything about this attacking game from Gupta, and 10-6. 8-1 the leg from Gupta. Will England be forced into an early change? (5-2) was the score coming into it. 10-6 the reversal. And Saunders hands over to the individual silver medalist Ellen Robbins-Wilkinson. Kotwal of India finished 17th in the individual. Be interesting to see how she goes against the individual silver medalist. They both pause. Maybe a hint that Robbins-Wilkinson went early, but Robbins-Wilkinson on the attack. Kotwal takes the parry. Robbins-Wilkinson just starting to find her groove. And there, Robbins-Wilkinson lands and scores. Skips away does Robbins-Wilkinson, builds now and finishes. Brings England within 2. Robbins-Wilkinson consistently on the attack, like what Brearley did in the first leg. She's forcing the mistakes from Kotwal, forcing her to lunge in the middle. This time, though, she's able to go through. Robbins-Wilkinson stuck on her on-guard line. Kotwal presses, but it's a short finish. And now you see Robbins-Wilkinson building, accelerating, lands short. Kotwal now pressing. Does she have an opportunity? She missed already in the middle of the piece. She misses again in almost exactly the same spot. And this time, Robbins-Wilkinson, she doesn't force it. She's patient and finishes low under the arm. And Robbins-Wilkinson parries and scores. She levels England. Robbins-Wilkinson onto defence now. Kotwal pressing. The counter-attack is scored by Robbins-Wilkinson. England back into the lead. This lead has changed hands every leg so far. This time, Robbins-Wilkinson drives forwards. 14-12 she leads. And again, Robbins-Wilkinson trapped on the on-guard line, unable to get away, unable to completely finish off this attack. Big attack from Kotwal, but this time Robbins-Wilkinson commits properly to the defence. Out of the way, now she's building, patient, and she finishes over the top. 15-13. England back in front against India. It's a seesaw match, and Saunders will come back on for England. And she will take on Abbey. Devi Abbey, both of these fencers came out of their first match trailing. Which one of them will be able to now recompose themselves after difficult first outings? Both drop short initially. Devi Abbey pressing now. Accelerates. Does she hit with the first one? She does. And again, Devi Abbey. She levels for India. This time, Saunders finds her range. Devi Abbey thinks there's a mistake, sends the referee to video. Sticks with the decision. England back out into a lead. Devi Abbey now pressing. Who finds the blade? India finds the blade. Avi finds the timing, but Saunders alive to it, takes the parry. And now attacks, drives through. Sheer determination to land. This, and again with the parry riposte. Devi Abbey, she's finding timing, but every time she's going into the parry of Saunders, she loses it, decides not to attack, opts for defense, but again into the parry of Nicole Saunders. 3 quick touches for Devi Abbey, but she is unable to keep the momentum going. Saunders regains her composure. The lead out to 4 now. And Brearley on for her second. She came on with such a strong start for England in that first leg. You can see the England coach going over to the referees. He looks like he's making a change. But Brearley on now against Kotwal. Kotwal with that difficult leg against Robbins-Wilkinson. She's immediately back on, only 1 match break. And she will be facing England's finisher, Bethany Brearley. Brearley pressing now. Parried, immediately sent to video. Brearley is certain that this landed on her guard. Call stands. Brearley in, unsuccessful with the parry. Maybe a touch too close. Kotwal, a longer attack than Abhi Devi had, and Brearley will just need to adapt. There's the attack from Brearley. She's dynamic and aggressive off the line. Looks to collect the parry, unsuccessful. Kotwal goes through. There's the attack from Brearley. She's dynamic and aggressive off the front foot, whether it's in attack or in defense. And this time, she drives the attack straight through from play. And again, 3 touches to 5. The lead stretches for England. They lead by 6. Individual silver medalist Robbins-Wilkinson back on against Shreya Gupta. These two, they met in the individual in the quarterfinals. Robbins-Wilkinson came through that 15-13 to go into the semi-finals. So it is a rematch of the individual quarterfinals. This time, Robbins-Wilkinson comes in holding a 6-hit lead for England. Shreya Gupta will be looking to better, use her experience and knowledge that she gained competing against Robbins Wilkinson in the quarterfinals. She scores early in this. Robbins Wilkinson skips away again on the attack, but Gupta, balanced, sees the blade, takes it to score her second. The attack is with Gupta. She's scored 3. Can she mount something on defense again here? She successfully defeats the attack. Can she finish? Yes, she can. She's scored 4 in this match now. Robbins Wilkinson, only 1. This is a big leg needed from India's finisher, and she's doing the work at the moment. This time, though, the attack is with Robbins Wilkinson. Can she start to get a measure of control? Gupta has not really controlled the middle of the piece. That's all been Robbins Wilkinson. Gupta is sent the referee to the video, returns, call stays the same. Gupta leading this leg 4-3. She's scored more individual points, but she's not had control of the middle of the piece. And longer term, you feel like that puts her at risk of just, if she's going to be able to really mount a comeback for India, she needs to get some kind of control here. And again, she misses. Robbins Wilkinson able to skip away. The parry is good from Gupta. Robbins Wilkinson would like it videoed. She believes the attack went straight through. And the referee stays with his decision. And again, the attack on preparation from Robbins Wilkinson. Gupta would like video. There is no video remaining. And the referee informing her of that. Gupta, the first time she's pressed out of the middle, but she's unable to finish. Robbins Wilkinson scores. It was close in the individual between these two. Nothing to really separate them on the scoreboard here. 5 apiece. But 6 hits was the gap coming into it. 6 hits that remains. Gupta would have wanted to do more. She would have wanted to capitalize on some of her opportunities. She was successful in defeating Robbins Wilkinson's attack multiple times, but she wasn't able to build up any head of steam. She didn't really have control of the middle of the piece. And because of that, so difficult to really build any momentum in the match. Now then, Kotwal on against England's reserve, Cecile, individual bronze medalist. And you feel like this was maybe a pre-planned change from England. Wanted to give Saunders a look, maybe expecting Cecile to start any final matchup should England make it through. And it feels like this might have been pre-planned from England. Give Saunders a run and then bring Cecile on. Cecile immediately onto the attack. Patient build-up. Kotwal parries and scores. Apologies, I believe India has also made a change. I believe this is the reserve Murakina Babireddy. So both teams bringing in their reserve. Cecile, aggressive in the middle. She seizes the moment, jumps on it, but she's unable to finish the attack twice now. And again from Cecile, this time she's on the front foot. She's looking to drive forward. And she lands the attack successfully. The defense there from Cecile. 3 touches. Babi Reddy has scored 4 for Cecile. And she takes up the attack. Cecile takes England into the 8th leg. And she has extended this lead. 8 touches now, and the individual silver medalist Robins Wilkinson is back on. As we look around the hall, on green in the junior women's foil, England are through against Northern Ireland, 45-9. On red, Australia lead New Zealand 30-13. Attack is from Robins Wilkinson. Devi Abbey waiting in the middle. On yellow in the junior men's épée. New Zealand through 45-40 against Scotland. Here is the attack from Abby Devi. We've seen when she's been able to get onto the attack, she's been so successful. She's just had precious little opportunity because the England team, particularly Brearley, has really put her under pressure, forcing mistakes. This time, Abby Devi holds her patience, but she needs to finish. She's not balanced, and Robins Wilkinson skips away with the counter-attack. The attack comes. Robins Wilkinson makes a miss, but she doesn't take up the riposte. Abby Devi through on the reprise. There's the attack from Robins Wilkinson. It misses. Strong defense from the Indian fencer. Abby Devi now maybe finding her rhythm. She's getting better looks at these attacks. This one carries through. She's scored 4 in this match already. She will need to do more. Can she give Shreya Gupta a target to aim for? Can she get her closer? Short again, though, from Abby Devi. Can she do something on Robins Wilkinson's attack? She can. She takes the parry. The attack straight from Abby Devi. She is finding her range now. 6 touches she has scored. Robins Wilkinson makes a miss, and again to make sure. The finish from Robins Wilkinson. She scores her 4th. She will just want to keep a lid on this. Get out of this match nice and quickly. Give Brearley as much of a lead as she can. Abby Devi, though, she's found her range on the attack. Being more patient, but Robins Wilkinson equal to it. Skips away. And she will hand over a 7-touch lead to Bethany Brearley. Shreya Gupta on for India. As we look around the hall, on blue, England through in the junior men's team épée, 45-31 against Wales. They are into the semi-finals. On red, in Australia against New Zealand, Australia currently lead 35-15. That is the only match currently still taking place, apart from this semi-final between England and India. 40-33, England lead. Attack is from Brearley. off the back line. Brearley pushes Gupta all the way and beyond. She passes over the back line, gives up a hit. She would like it videoed. Referee McClellan says, "Are you absolutely sure about that?" And comes back immediately. This time, Brearley on the attack. She's defended aggressively for most of this match. Now she is beginning to attack. More consistently driving off the line, and she skips away with a counter-attack. No touches yet for Shreya Gupta, and England within one. Brearley now building, scoring for India. Gupta has asked for video. There should be no video, however. She used it calling for the back line. They've changed the call. Now, Gupta. And this is the attack from Brearley. In the end, the overturn call makes little difference. 34-45 the score. England through to the final. India, they will go into the bronze medal match. Both will await to see who their opponents are in their respective matches. England in the final. India in the bronze medal match. And we will jump quickly across to the red piste for the conclusion of the quarterfinal matchup between Australia and New Zealand. Australia on the right lead 38-15. Our main coverage will be of the second semi-final, and that will be between Scotland and Australia. Australia, of course, with the formidable individual champion, Veronika Vasiljeva. They are about to get underway. Meanwhile on red, 8th leg of this match, looking for one more to make their way through. Is this the attack? No, it is not. New Zealand score. They have a lot to do. Australia pressing now. After the halt, there is no touch. The attack is, the referee would like a look. Which ones began first? The attack is given. Australia advanced to the 8th leg with a 40-17 lead. And we will return now to the finals piece, where we will await the second semi-final in the junior team women's sabre. Australia on our left will take on Scotland. Australia with the second seed, with the individual champion Veronika Vasiljeva leading out that team. You can follow the final leg of Australia versus New Zealand in the team women's foil by going to the Fencing Vision stream and watching and picking the red piste. But we will just be holding here until the start of Australia against Scotland. The Scottish team, led by Elsie Llewellyn, with Charlotte Wilson-Smith, Honor Paul, and then Caitlin Quinn on the bench. Australia, a three-person team led by Vasilyeva, with Gaia Haj. We saw this team in the senior team. They won the gold medal in the senior team. No, sorry. Yes, they won the gold medal in the senior team. All three of these fencers competing. And the big question for this match, really, who in this Scotland team has an answer for Veronika Vasilyeva? She was so dominant in the individual. No one scored more than 8 on her in the individual competition. And you feel that even if she was trailing, she would be able to catch up almost any deficit. And so the question is, how will this Scotland team look to contain her? From the Australian perspective, all of these athletes competed in the senior teams. They competed in the senior competition. Very experienced at this competition now. And you would think they are the favourites. Into an early 2-1 lead. 3-1 now. Llewellyn unable to force the mistakes she wants from Haj in the middle. Haj so disciplined off the line. Keeping small, keeping aggressive. We saw it from the Australian team in the senior competition. We've seen it from Vasilyeva all the time. They are so good at getting onto the front foot and making it so difficult for their opponents in the middle of the piece. They force mistakes. And Haj, perfect start for Australia. 5-1 against Llewellyn. And here comes Vasilyeva. She is up against Honor Paul now of Scotland. This the 4th of 6 competitions that Vasilyeva has fenced in. She's got such an aggressive, high energy style. Can she keep it going for the entire competition? Will she tire at any point across this long 2-week period? You can see her just stretching out her legs. And as she lands the touch, Paul pressing. 2 she's landed. This is good work from Honor Paul. Veronika Vasilyeva slow back to the line. She's on to the attack again, but it's one light. We did not see these mistakes from Veronika Vasilyeva. Is there maybe just a hint of tiredness creeping into the Australian? You can see her just stretching her legs almost after every point. But she's accurate. She's slowed down the way that she's fencing. It's not the same level of aggression that we saw in the individual. She's taking her time and letting her opponents make actions. And another defense from Paul, and she scores again. 4 points Honor Paul has scored in this leg. Five touches now. Honor Paul waits for Vasilyeva in the middle of the piste. Five touches all. Vasilyeva takes Australia into the third. But it's a good leg from Honor Paul. She wasn't able to remove any of the deficit, but 5 apiece against an athlete who has won a silver and 2 gold medals already at this championships, and 2 of those medals coming in the senior age group. This will be a really encouraging performance from Honor Paul. Hands over to Charlotte Wilson-Smith now. Can she look to build on some of the momentum, the good work that was done by Honor Paul? And she will come on against Zhao of Australia. And there you see positive front foot fencing. We saw it from Zhao in the senior team final. She's just as aggressive and just as accurate with the distance off the line as Vasilyeva. And look at the work she's putting in going backwards. She maybe gets caught a little bit close, but she won't be worried about that. Wilson-Smith presses, unable to finish. Can she work something on defense? Zhao, patient. You saw her take the attack all the way to the back line, and then she built it the rest of the piece. Caught, stranded. Charlotte Wilson-Smith rushes into the middle. Zhao telling herself to remain calm, remain focused. She drops short this time. Can Wilson-Smith finish? She cannot. It's excellent work from Yilin Zhao. 5-1. She opens up the lead again. Gaia Haj back on for Australia. Honor Paul on for Scotland. The lead now out to 8. It was only 4 when Paul came on last, but a terrific leg. And here's Gaia Haj. Look at the dynamism. Again on the attack is Haj. This time Paul is equal to it. Drives in to score. Haj just pressing again. Parry riposte from Honor Paul. She's scoring the points, but Gaia Haj on top in the middle of the piece. This time Haj comes in and strands herself. 4 touches to 1 for Honor Paul. She is having a terrific semi-final for Scotland. And make that 5 unforced errors from Gaia Haj. And now she's missing, unable to defend. Honor Paul is having a tremendous semi-final. She is keeping Scotland in this match. And again, the attack 7-1. The score, the run that Honor Paul is on. Initially, unforced errors plagued the game of Haj. Now, the mistakes coming thick and fast. There's the attack. This time it lands. Determination from the Australian. There's the attack. Parried by Haj. You like it. It's a nice idea from Honor Paul. 7 points to 4 now. Maybe Haj has just... No, she has not. Has she dealt with the arrears? No. Another for Honor Paul. This time, though, Haj, clear, consistent. It's another excellent leg from Honor Paul. But she needs backup from one of her teammates now. of the 15 points that Scotland has scored, Honor Paul has scored 13 of them. She needs Elsie Llewellyn, Scotland's finisher, to come to the party now. And Llewellyn, can she pick up the baton? Now we're starting to move. Scotland alive in this match. Yilin Zhao, though, tremendous against Wilson Smith. There's the attack again from Scotland. Australia sent to video. Within 3 now, Scotland. What can Elsie Llewellyn do? She lands. Within 2. This is what Scotland needed. Honor Paul carrying this Scotland team for the first 4 legs. But now Elsie Llewellyn joining the party. And again, in the middle, when they attack, it is Elsie Llewellyn every time. And it's with the reprise. Elsie Llewellyn onto the front foot for Scotland. She levels them. And again, it is the same. Scotland into the lead for the first time. Yilin Zhao just settle everything down. She finds the blade and scores, levels it for Australia, but it's been a big leg so far. On the attack, Elsie Llewellyn. 8 touches she has scored now. Honor Paul needed this, she couldn't do it alone, but Elsie Llewellyn. Yilin Zhao needs this attack, lands. She's so strong when she gets the long attack. She just hasn't had enough of them this match. She is keeping Australia level. Building again. Zhao in her happy place on the attack. Misses the riposte. Llewellyn now with an attack of her own, lands. She has brought Scotland level. It's needed Llewellyn to stand up in this leg. Needed all the hard work that Paul had done not to go to waste, but unable to land. It's a counter-attack for Zhao. 25-24. Llewellyn will be disappointed not to have put Scotland into the lead. However, 9 points she has scored. At 15-7, you thought maybe it would have been a desperate situation for Scotland. 8 points they trailed after 3 legs, but Honor Paul, 8 points to 5 against Gaia Harge. She kept Scotland in this match. And then Elsie Llewellyn, sensing the momentum shift, has picked up where it left off. Vasilyeva, though, we saw maybe some tiredness from her in the first leg. Watch out for the counter-attack. Wilson Smith ready for it. What can Wilson Smith do here? If she turns it over against Vasilyeva, it will be incredible for Scotland. She will be thinking about just scoring the next point. Can she just keep Scotland in this match? One light, 2 apiece in this leg. Preparation from Vasilyeva. She goes on the attack and lands. She can close it here. Vasilyeva will consider her job done. Onto the attack, and we know how good she is on the attack. Rarely misses, does Vasilyeva. Oh! Wilson Smith with her third. With her fourth. Tired legs from Vasilyeva. She is unable to get out of the way. And this time Vasilyeva through, and you can see she's limping. Front leg possibly, maybe just took a knock. No substitute, no reserve for Australia. Vasilyeva will have to continue. She comes off the piece gingerly. This is going to be a big blow for Australia if Vasilyeva is injured. Zhao, though, we know what she can do. She is a team gold medalist herself. But she is on against Honor Paul. Even after that leg from Elsie Llewellyn, has still scored nearly half of Scotland's points. She has scored half of Scotland's points. 14 touches this match from Honor Paul. Is it preparation? It is. She draws Scotland level. Honor Paul has never been in a position in this match of being level or even within 5. She's always been facing a big deficit. Zhao, though, solid. You can see how Paul waits in the middle of the piece. Zhao taking the advantage to force mistakes. The blade is collected by Zhao. Paul would like a look. She believes the counterattack is parried. Here's the attack, it's parried. Zhao now. Incredibly strong attack of her own. And lands. Opening out the lead to 4. Australia needed this from Zhao, and they've got it. Honor Paul unable to repeat the heroics of her first 2 legs. Zhao just getting some composure back for Australia. Harge will look to do the same against Wilson Smith. A crucial leg this for Australia. If Vasilyeva is struggling, they will want to give her as much of a lead as she can so that she can fence in a slower, more patient manner. Off the line from Harge, and you can see the determination to do the job for her team. And again, Harge is going to try and pin Wilson Smith on her line. She will not let her onto the attack. Harge, though, pushes. Wilson Smith skips away to counter. In goes Harge. She is not going to take her foot off the pedal here. Wilson Smith with a rare attack, and she's unable to land it. And Gaia Harge has done a tremendous job here. Onto the attack and scores. Silence greets that touch in the hall. They will have been wanting more from Wilson Smith with Scotland, but Gaia Harge spoiling the party. She has done an incredible job. And she has given Vasilyeva a 9-hit lead against Elsie Llewellyn. We saw that she was struggling, but you feel that with a lead like this, with the experience and quality that Vasilyeva has, You would back her to get the 5 that she needs. Elsie Llewellyn, how will she look to play this? She will want to make Vasilyeva move, but she cannot rush her opportunities. One light. In goes Vasilyeva. She will, if she can, she will try and keep this in the middle of the piece. And she drives through, and you can see how much effort it's taking for Vasilyeva. It has been a long competition for her. In she goes. She 1 hit away. Sheer determination from the Australian fencer. And the attack is short. She doesn't want to fully commit, does Vasilyeva. Llewellyn, can she conjure something magical? Vasilyeva will be looking for something in the middle. Llewellyn doesn't overcommit. Llewellyn will want to make the piece feel as big as she can here. She does. Parry, riposte. Given for Scotland. And now Vasilyeva through. Tired legs from the Australian champion. She has taken the team through to the final. They will face England. Scotland, heroic from Honor Paul. Unable, however, to claw it all the way back for Scotland. 45-35. They will face India in the bronze medal match, which will be coming up shortly. We will go, however, to the yellow piste. Junior men's épée. And it is Singapore against Australia. Underway then. Second wave of quarterfinals in the junior men's épée competition. 2 apiece, Australia on our left, Singapore on our right. Singapore through for their third, sorry. Reaching the stage of the championships where counting is becoming difficult. Day 7, I think. Through goes Australia, 1 away from going into the second leg and taking a lead in this quarterfinal. Australia with their 5th, they lead going into the second.
twos to DT, please.
About to begin our second. On other matches underway on all of the coloured pieces, not on the finals piece at the moment. That is being kept free for the bronze medal match of the junior women's sabre, which will be coming up shortly. On the other pieces, however, on blue, in the other quarterfinal in junior men's épée, South Africa trailing Canada by 10 touches to 4. Meanwhile, on red and green, we have the junior women's team foil. On green, Malaysia taking on Scotland. They hold a slender 5-2 lead over Scotland. While on red, it is India against Canada. Canada leading by 5 touches to 3. We will be remaining here on yellow, however, for Singapore against Australia. And it is Trevor Chow, bronze medalist in the individual, up against Roshan Chandran of Australia. Individual bronze medalist pressing. Chandran scores. We saw him competing in the senior men's épée team. And he was handed a 5-3 lead by the individual silver medalist Jacob Crook. Chow, explosive, dynamic in his movement. Chow catches, but he stood still. He's not ready for that attack. And he misses over the shoulder. Chandran with his second, opening Australia's lead 7 points to 3. Chow pressing, looking to do something to erase the damage here. Still a minute left in this second period. However, Chandran has opened the lead 8-3. Through goes Chandran with the flesh. This time Chow pressing, bounding in, bouncing out. Chandran takes Australia into the lead. You can catch the remainder of this match on our coverage of the Yellow Piste stream, which had its own dedicated stream. But we will be now taking a short break in our coverage as we await the bronze medal playoff on the finals piste for the junior women's sabre team. Join us again. That will be our next commentary match on the finals piste. However, on yellow, you can follow Singapore against Australia in the junior men's team épée. On blue, you can follow Canada against South Africa. Canada leading 15-7. On green, you can follow Malaysia against Scotland. Malaysia lead 8-4. And on red, you can follow India against Canada. Canada 10-6 up. That is the junior women's four. But we will be taking a short break from our commentary coverage, and then we will be back again with our coverage of the bronze medal match between Scotland and India in the junior women's team sabre.
back as well? Yeah. Mike, they're changing back as well.
Sylvia Brown, please go to Piste 1 immediately. Sylvia Brown, Piste 1.
Welcome back to the University of East London's Sports Dock. It is day 7 of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and it is day 1 of the junior team competition, and it is time for our first medal match. Our best guess is that today is Monday. More on that as we have it. But right now we will be focusing on Scotland versus India junior women's team sabre. And it is the bronze medal match, and I am delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Sam McClellan. Sam, welcome.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
So, your compatriots are going to be with us on the right, and they'll be taking on the team from India. I've seen quite a lot of both of these teams throughout. What can you tell us about what you're expecting to see in this matchup, Sam?
Well, I think it's a very young Scottish team. I think some of them are still cadets even. And it looks actually quite similarly the Indian team. Perhaps the Indian team slightly the more experienced. But both teams have done very well so far. In the semi-finals, both had reasonably tight matches. And so we can look forward to a very strong bronze medal match.
We just saw on the commentary Scotland going down to defeat to Australia, and opening up for Scotland is going to be Honor Paul. And Honor was really the hero of the match against Australia. She kept them in it. There was a point after the fourth leg where where Scotland had 15 points. Honor Paul had scored 13 of those 15 points. She really kept Scotland in it, and then Elsie Llewellyn came in and picked up the baton, brought Scotland almost. They eventually were able to get level, but then Australia took it away from them. So it was absolutely heroic performance from Honor Paul. Will she be able to keep that up? And she is going to be opening things for this Scottish team, and she will be against Devi Abbey of India. So Devi Abbey, we saw her in the semi-final against England, and really patient. She likes to wait in the middle of the piece. The England team were really aggressive against her, forced her onto the back foot, forced her to miss a lot in the middle. But when she did get a look at the attack like that, she was really successful on them. Really long, extending lunge.
I think that's right. And I think Honor Paul at the minute just needs to put a little bit more pressure in the middle. She's almost trying to match the Indian in her lack of presence in the middle as it was. And as you say, when it opens up like that, she's got a very strong attack, the Indian.
Strong opening then from Abhi Devi. We saw her in the semi-final looking a bit passive. You can see from the body language she's keen to get on the front foot and into the attack. 5-0. She takes India into the second leg. A perfect start for India. He will hand over. Honor Paul handing over to Elsie Llewellyn, Scotland's finisher. India handing over to Murikinati Babi Reddy. She started the semi-final as the reserve for India. She was brought on in the 7th leg, but she started as the reserve. Had a good performance then there against Cecile of England. And it looks like it's been done enough to retain her spot for this final.
Interesting, they might be looking to disrupt Llewellyn here. Obviously, probably the strongest fencer on the Scottish side. Perhaps a change of personnel will disrupt her rhythm. Doesn't look like it from the first hit.
We saw Honor Paul being quite patient. She was looking to wait and watch for what her opponent was doing, then make a decision. This will not be the way that Elsie Llewellyn is going to play this match.
Indeed, it's almost the reverse in this match, it appears. Babi Reddy a little bit cagey, and Llewellyn taking no prisoners.
And even when Babi Reddy is getting counter-attack, she's looking to get anything on the blade. The aggression that Llewellyn's showing is just getting her straight through on the attacks. And at the moment, Llewellyn is one step ahead on everything she is doing. Babi Reddy reacting. Scotland back within 2.
same thing from Babi Reddy. She sort of needs to change it up here. Llewellyn, it's a little bit too easy at the minute for her. Maybe now is the change. Very patient attack.
Is it the counter riposte? It absolutely is. Second point for Babi Reddy. She's just keeping India ahead. But Llewellyn doesn't mind. Referee Selig wants to look at this. You can see Llewellyn being really direct in the middle of the piece, and she's gaining the benefit of it.
Nice there from Babi Reddy. Feint attack power riposte, a little bit more positive and proactive in the middle. Drawing Llewellyn in. And again, a little bit too easy.
She's falling for that deep preparation every time. For Llewellyn through. Scotland into the lead. And again.
Again, a good leg there, good leg. Unlikely to change on the video, just a direct attack there from Llewellyn. Babi Reddy looking for a power riposte, misses. And it looks like the Indian coach is coming over to sub Babi Reddy off.
Yeah, great spot, Sam. So then, and it's an interesting change-up actually. I didn't spot this at first, but India have played with their order from the semi-final. In the semi-final, Shreya Gupta finished for them against England, and they've changed it around. It's Abhi Devi who is finishing. You could see, you can see maybe why after that first leg performance against Honor Paul, she was tremendously patient, and it's going to be fascinating to see that matchup against Elsie Llewellyn in the final leg. Will it be the patience of Abhi Devi that wins out over the strong, aggressive, provoking approach that Llewellyn takes?
Exactly, I think that's right, and I think a cool head as well from the Indian. It will be very interesting to see how that pans out. I think perhaps in the semi-final, the Indians were brought into the physicality and the speed of Llewellyn. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
Gupta off the line with the attack. And in the semi-finals, Wilson Smith maybe struggled the most out of all of the Scottish fencers. She's just getting trapped on her line in there and didn't get maybe as many looks at attacks as she would have wanted. And it meant that that's where a lot of the damage was done for Australia.
The Australians are very positive, very fast off the middle, and I think we're seeing that recreated here by the Indians. They're not taking any prisoners, they just go off the line. And unless you're looking for a second intention or to feint, you're not going to find much timing in the middle there. And again, see, he's trying to find something that's not there. Just a direct attack from India. Calls for video again. I struggle to see this changing. I think she needs to be much more positive off the line if she's looking to take any sort of timing from the Indian there.
And this is the thing, isn't there? There is timing there to be taken, but Wilson Smith is just, she's not committing into the middle strong enough. There we go, in stronger. Now she's able to force a response.
That's the second intention that you need to find.
And it's strong from Gupta.
Be interesting to see. I think Wilson Smith needs to change something here. Let's see what happens. Again, a sort of similar action again. There is timing, as you say. It'll be interesting to see how maybe some of the other girls get on. Perhaps more aggressive off the line. Wilson Smith just needs to recalibrate that for the next couple of legs.
A seesaw first three legs. 10-8 was the score to Scotland going into that leg. Coming out of it now, Shreya Gupta has taken India into a 15-11 lead, a 7-1 run there. But Honor Paul back on now. She will be taking on Kotwal, who's the reserve, brought on after that first leg for Babi Reddy. first leg, Honor Paul really sort of outweighted by Devi in the Devi Abby, sorry, in the first leg. How will she look to approach this leg?
Nice full shot and a nice attack. Again, a very, very young fencer still. So this is maybe a bit of rabbit in the headlights the first leg. Perhaps she's relaxed into it more now. Already she looks more positive. Second time, another long attack. This is better from Paul.
And she's gone back, she's stuck with this patient waiting approach. It didn't work for her in the second leg, but she backs her game. And here, Cotwell maybe just not having the rhythm in the match yet. Okay, here we go.
Again, Honor Paul just waiting in the middle again, and I think the Indians sort of figured her out. Honor Paul probably needs to change. Nice, tries it, a deeper preparation, feints attack, fall short, and lands the long attack.
Honor Paul then. Back within 3, she's gained 1. 3 touches to 2 in this leg.
Again, the fall short and the long attack.
And this is what you need to do in the middle, isn't it, Sam? If you're going to be patient and wait, and you're going to defend, you need to get out of the middle.
Yeah. I think that feint attack can't be underestimated. Nice feint attack there, and the Indian goes back. So Paul quick to take up the attack. This is much more positive.
It's really disciplined from Honor Paul. She's not overcommitting into the middle. She's keeping her steps small, and making it very, very difficult. Oh, is it attack for India? It is. Skips away again, Honor Paul. She's onto the attack, and she's through. Parried.
Indian perhaps strengthening her defense there ever so slightly. She's been a little bit weak so far and letting Paul finish with those attacks. Strong pyropost there.
5 touches this Honor Paul has scored. So at the very least, she's made it so that Scotland will not come out of this matchup any worse than they went into it. She's onto the attack again. Can she get it working again? Patient build up. Here's the finish.
And a nice finish there.
You can see Cotwell looking for the blade, looking for something that can take the priority back, but Paul holding the distance. Cotwell now, she's on the front foot, looking to attack. She's had precious little looks at long attacks, and it fails here. The attack through from Paul within
this is
1.
A great leg from Honor Paul. Such a young fencer still, relatively inexperienced, doing a really good job here. And again, makes miss. Can she finish the long attack? Pyropost there from the Indian, but a super leg from Honor Paul. She should be very pleased.
7-5. That leg for Honor Paul. Doing what she did in the semi-final, bringing Scotland back close. And Charlotte Wilson-Smith, she is on now against India's finisher, Devi Laishram Abby. Abby really strong in that opening leg against Paul. She was so patient in the middle of the piece. Outweighted the Scottish fencer. You expect Charlotte Wilson-Smith started her match looking to wait as well, but was really punished by Shreya Gupta. It'd be interesting to see how that plays on her mind now against the very patient Abby.
Indeed, you would hope for a more positive start from Wilson-Smith, but perhaps the Indian will change as well. She's no doubt clocked Smith's slower start from the previous match and may want to push things. We'll see. Quite an important leg, this one, for Scotland. Cagey start and Abby takes it. Just again, more aggressive in that second phase. Abby saw the moment and didn't need us twice. Off she went.
And it's as you said, Sam. Devi Abby just off the line, that bit with a bit more urgency, creates a bit of doubt in the mind of Wilson-Smith, and then she can take the attack.
And again, much more aggressive there from Abby in the middle. Sort of takes Wilson-Smith by surprise there, perhaps. Nice direct attack. And again, this is still positive from Abby. Really not taking any prisoners here.
And Charlotte Wilson-Smith just getting stuck on her on guard line. Indecision plaguing her off the line. There's a committed attack. She goes through, backs herself from the start.
Abby into the guard there that time. Wilson-Smith perhaps a bit fortunate in that exchange. Again, Abby patient, Wilson-Smith searching for something. Abby just takes her time and takes a nice finish.
The attack is parried. Wilson-Smith just more positive in the second part of this leg, but she's initially dropped 3 points early. And there's the attack from Abby Devi. .35 that leg from Wilson-Smith is probably a better performance than in her first leg.
I think she finds some time, and she finds some things in the second phase, as it was, sort of out of the middle. She's finding some of those parry posts. It's working. It's getting there. I think if she can keep that feeling with a slightly more aggressive, perhaps slightly more switched on middle, then we could see some great stuff in the final leg.
Llewellyn then trailing by 4. What can she do against Shreya Gupta of India?
Gupta jumps early. Too big there from Gupta, and slightly too slow. Llewellyn finds the tempo. Llewellyn on the long attack.
And again into the middle.
Gupta just holding her hand there. I don't think this is likely to change. They're having a look though.
It's been 3 committed attacks from Elsie Llewellyn. 2 of them short, this cup one currently being looked at a video, and then like you said, Sam, that longer one. And she's really looking to take it to Shreya Gupta.
Oh, changes. Attack, counter-attack. Says Llewellyn looks to block out. Okay, more positive from Gupta there. Llewellyn seems to always want to take things out of the middle. I think that's where her strength is. That said, counter-attack in the middle there.
Looks like Llewellyn just goes in a little bit deeper on that first step. Maybe just gains a little bit of time there, going further in than she had on that previous attempted attack. And now she's on the attack. As you said, Sam, so strong on the long attack, Elsie Llewellyn. Attack is given for Shreya Gupta. Very similar to the one before.
I think that one's clear, and Selig back out very quickly. A good attack from Gupta. She's found the timing in the middle now. She's not falling for that extra step of preparation like she was in the first few hits, but Llewellyn on the long attack fails.
Gupta lands it, and you can see how important it was for her. 1 away now. There's the attack from Gupta. And it's a great leg for India. 5-4 in the individual matchup. And back on Charlotte Wilson-Smith against Kotwal of India. Big leg for the Scottish team.
We've seen a lot of that in the past 6 days, especially in the teams. Teams perhaps relying too much on their anchor, and in these 6th, 7th, 8th legs, perhaps becoming a little bit too relaxed and not building enough through. They don't find enough momentum, so that the anchor does very well in the last leg, but still just can't close it out. So these are really important legs for Scotland here.
And what we want to be seeing from Charlotte Wilson-Smith, what's going to be the positivity off the line? Is she going to come off the line with intent, with clear plans, forcing mistakes from their opponent? Composed from Kotwal. And the riposte from Wilson-Smith lands. This time, she skips out of the way. And again.
Sets up the pyropost there again. I think the Indian may figure this out if she doesn't make more of a convincing feint attack. They've got to be drawn in by something. We'll see what happens.
Wilson Smith finds the blade, but she's unable to do anything with it. Cotwell still on the front foot, back with the attack. Lands! That 5-6 hits the lead now.
Great distance from all the Indians on the attack this week. Fantastic use of space. And again, a pyro post there from Wilson Smith. Feints the attack, pyro post. Now we need something different though. She goes for the long attack and scores. Okay, maybe the momentum shifting here towards Wilson Smith.
But again, she looks for the parry riposte. And it's what you said, Sam. She's relying on the parry itself. She's not forcing the reaction. It's attack versus parry. She's not dealing with another parry, though. Defense keeping Charlotte Wilson Smith in this match. Onto the attack, however, overcommits.
Just the wrong distance there. Again, we could perhaps have used some of the Indian coaching on distance there. Comes in and looks for the blade at the same time. The Indian manages to get a cheeky counter-attack. Wilson Smith too close. So this will be a big leg from Anna Paul. Young fencer from Scotland, still a cadet. But she's been great at bringing them back.
And Shreya Gupta, really solid in this match so far. So her first two legs, 5-3 against Charlotte Wilson Smith, and then really probably the big one was this 5-all with Elsie Llewellyn, where she just didn't give up any of the lead that her teammates had built. And by being so solid, particularly in the middle of the piece with that attack, he made it very, very difficult for Llewellyn to get any kind of momentum going. Anna Paul, very, very different fencer. She's not going to go into the middle on aggressively in the same way. So how will Gupta adapt? By going long, slows down at the start.
Gupta really fast off the line here. You wonder what sort of tactical advice they're getting in the Indian box. Again, Anna Paul too slow off the line. She needs to find either this second intention or be much more aggressive off the middle to match the Indian speed, and then perhaps tactical options will unfold.
There's the option, but she doesn't line it up. She's had so little opportunity in an attack. She knows she needs to make it count. And the pressure tells. One light. Gupta on the attack. Misses Paul. Halt. Gupta is already on a yellow card. This will be red. Gives up a point to Anna Paul. And the attack is with Gupta, so much more positive off of the line.
Anna Paul a bit frustrated there at the end, but a great leg. Lots more to give this young fencer. Very, very good competition for her. And to be promoted, as it were, to the second to last leg, I think is right. And I think she's had a great competition, so hats off to her.
Shreya Gupta done the work for India. Got them a lead against Wilson Smith in her first, held the lead against Llewellyn in her second, and has now opened out a 9-point lead that she hands over to Debbie Laishram Abbey to close it out against Llewellyn. Sam, you said the finishers have been left with too much to do in these matches.
This may be the case, but Llewellyn is a big disruptor, so it could be interesting if she gets inside the Indian's head and pulls out some big hits. We could see a shift in momentum. Who knows?
Llewellyn skips away onto the attack, scores!
Oh, big attack there. Llewellyn pumped up for it. As I say, this could be the disrupting leg.
Oh!
Abbey really reaches on the remise even. Still can't find Llewellyn. Great mover. Again, attack for Llewellyn there. That won't be changed. Selig very quickly back. Very direct in the middle, Llewellyn. She's pumped for this one.
Oh, Llewellyn looks for the parry. Maybe she doubts herself.
Difficult actually for the Indian. If you try to match Llewellyn's ferocity and speed, you can often tie yourself in knots. You've got to remain calm and collected. Seems a little bit counterintuitive, but that seems to be the way and what's worked for the other teams. That's what we need to see from the Indian. Preparation, attack is into the guard of the Indian. Boss is good. Indian comes in too deep, stops, and Llewellyn takes advantage of that.
You can see Abby maybe wanting to video it, but she already used up her video. Attack is for India.
Llewellyn, a bit of a throwaway hit, perhaps, that one. Not direct enough. We need to go back to this intensity and focus on the finish. Here we go.
To the back line. Llewellyn skips away, winds up the attack. She has scored 5. She will need another 9. Abby only needs 2. The hint of momentum starting to be there with Llewellyn. But has she got too much to do?
It's next. To get to 44 will be really key for the Indians. Again, perhaps the momentum back. It's a very important hit, 43-44. Llewellyn on the long attack again.
Misses.
Too early the finish there. Indians great distance at play.
And you saw it. Referee Selig has to look because there are 2 lights.
I think the question is whether there was a prise de fer or not, and there was prise de fer
was.
for Llewellyn. Takes the blade.
The
and
attack.
Reprise for the Indian there. Very, very strong direct finish. The Indian kept her head, kept cool. And I think a deserved win there for the Indian team.
Ref Sam McClellan, thank you very much for joining us. You now need to run because you will be refereeing the team final coming up in just a moment. And that will be Australia versus England. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you on the stream in a moment.
Thank you, Rob. Try not to disagree with my decisions too much. Thank you.
Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the piste the finalists for the junior men's sabre teams.
Welcome back to the University of East London Sportstock. It is time for our first final of the afternoon. And it is England versus Australia in the final of the junior women's sabre competition. And fresh from his heroics in the bronze medal match, I am joined in the commentary box by FIE referee Mike Selig. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Rob.
So, Australia versus England, and it's a fascinating matchup, isn't it? Because it's pretty much the identical Australia team to the one that won gold against the senior England women's sabre team earlier in this week.
That's right. I think it is exactly the same three starters, actually. The thing which might make this a bit more interesting is Vasilyeva, who's already got a silver in the seniors and won the individual in the juniors. She's carrying a bit of an injury, so that gives England certainly a much better chance. She's far and away the class fencer of the whole field in the junior competition.
So Australia, Vasilyeva just maybe carrying that injury, and I think what particularly of interest here is Australia, they've only got 3 fencers. They have no reserve, so they have no choice but to continue with Vasilyeva, and I think it's really, and the question really will be is what has she got left still in the tank? You know, she's won individual silver, team gold in the seniors, individual gold in the juniors. She's meant to be also doing the cadets later in the week, I believe, but it's been a lot of fencing in her legs so far.
It has, and these are really quite exhausting conditions as well. The heat is quite sapping. So it's going to be interesting. You know, Vasilyeva relies on a huge amount of intensity of preparation and really being strong in that middle and then being able to take up the attack. And England really need to look to match that intensity when they're fencing her, kind of force her backwards where she's slightly less comfortable.
And it's fascinating as well, potentially, the lineup that England have chosen. So they've got Huisin Cecile, who started the match at the semi-final as reserve. A very, very strong England lineup. You know, this individual silver medalist, Robbins Wilkinson, Huisin Cecile, the bronze medalist. But Bethany Brearley is going to be the finisher. And it's an interesting choice by England because Brearley, maybe the way that she fences, she likes to get onto the front foot as well. She likes to be aggressive in the middle of the piste. And she will be taking on Vasilyeva in that 9th leg.
Absolutely. Beth is someone who relies on a very, very strong start and a very strong preparation, and then working off that either with a big attack or looking for a front foot power post. And there's the big attack from Beth. It's interesting, the Australians, they very rarely go backwards off the line.
Skips away, does Brearley. Building now, and she has a strong attack too.
And there it is. Early lead for England, but in sabre we know it can turn around very, very quickly.
Big attack from Brearley again.
Yeah, she's really using that strong preparation. Harge is looking to go off something Brearley's doing, but at the moment she can't pick it up. And then forcing the attack. And that was very much a point constructed from the previous hit, forcing Harge to go quicker in the middle and then making it miss quite easily and finishing her attack. Excellent start from England. That's exactly the intensity they're going to need to bring. They have to be prepared to defend. Australia really like to go forwards off the line, but if you go in strong and draw that attack, there's room to get either parry or make miss.
So into the 2nd leg, Brearley starting England off with the perfect first leg, and this is going to be a fascinating matchup. So Vasilyeva, Australia's Vasilyeva, the dominant fencer in the competition so far. She's on against England's Huisin Cecile, individual bronze medalist, 13 years old in this junior competition.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. She hasn't done that much fencing today. She came on just for the last bout of her semi-final, so she's only had the 5 kind of hits, or that 1 bout to 5. She really needs to try and match Vasilyeva off that, try and match that intensity off the middle. If you give the attack up too early, very hard. She makes very few mistakes.
She's onto the attack again, is Vasilyeva. And we've seen I think you could probably, across the 3 competitions, you could probably count on one hand the number of long attacks that Vasilyeva has missed.
Yeah, absolutely. She's very, very strong. She really makes very few mistakes. And that's that strong preparation. She drew the attack, made it miss. Lovely hit.
Beautiful attack from Cecile. This time, you can see she likes to wait in the middle of the piece, does Cecile. But against a strong, aggressive fencer like Vasilyeva, you have to be brave. And Vasilyeva's at the moment just bringing the speed, bringing the intensity.
Yeah, Cecile's got to try and match that intensity. That was better. She drew that attack, just couldn't quite make it miss. That's a much stronger start. She was able to then take it up. Let's see if she can finish. That's a very good hit. That's a really important hit in the context of the fight. It was 5-1 before that to Vasilyeva in this bout, and she had really dominated the start. Let's see if Cecile can work off that. That's the right timing, but just a bit unfortunate, went into a close line. And that's a really strong attack from Vasilyeva, just coming straight off the line. That's what I mean. You've got to try and match that preparation with the intensity. It's not Cecile's preferred game, but she has to try and get that preparation stronger.
Much better. Exactly as you say, Mike.
Cecile's doing okay here. You know, this is, in theory, England's weakest fencer against Australia's strongest. And if she can get to 10 somehow, even if she drops a couple of hits, that's okay.
Skips away to Cecile, uses the piece well. Can she land this attack to take England into the third? She cannot. Counter offense from Veronika Vasilyeva.
Yeah, she has a really nice timing on that counter. You've got to be careful of it. And there's that strong preparation again to be able to take up the attack. That's a slightly soft hit from England's perspective. Just gave up that middle a bit too easily and also didn't really work that defense hard enough, just threw out a counter attack. That's not going to work against defense of Vasilyeva's class.
Vasilyeva, 10 points to 4. Big leg from the Australian number 1.
She's going to have to do quite a lot of that. She's, as we said, sort of clearly the class fence in this field, but that was a very good leg. It looked at one moment like Cecile was really kind of going to get out of that leg without too much damage, but those last 3 hits very strong from Vasilyeva.
Now then, individual silver medalist Robbins-Wilkinson on against Zhao, and Zhao is another one where in the middle, like you said, she doesn't defend very often. She likes to attack. When she gets on a long attack, her distance and her acceleration are so strong though.
Yeah, she's very good at also reading whether you're going backwards or not off the line. So you have to be careful. You have to make those decisions late. If you can draw the attack, you can make it miss, but you have to kind of really you have to take a risk to get into distance. Here's Ellen on the attack now. And scoring, 10 apiece.
Long exchange that first point. Both ends of the piece used.
That was a lovely hit from Ellen. She went in, and then she drew the attack. She skipped away from it on the second intention, and then was able to go and score. And that's a good response from Zhao. Drawing the attack, making it miss.
Better start from Robbins-Wilkinson. In with a bit more urgency, a bit more intensity. Forces the mistake from Zhao onto the attack and scores.
I think with Zhao, you can really push her all the way down the piece. Her defense, when she's going backwards, she doesn't really have that much to be able to make you make mistakes. So it's really important that you're very patient in defense and then very patient in attack so you can really make that one count. Ellen's got to just be very patient here, try and draw the mistake.
And in the end, Zhao looks to go, but she's going big. She's trying to get around the blade, and she lands on a closed line. Big attack again from Robbins-Wilkinson. It's back into the lead as well by 3. It's interesting, like it feels like Zhao probably has the better of the middle, but she's just not landing her attacks.
Yeah, Ellen's defending really well. She's really managing that distance very well. There we go again. And Zhao just doesn't seem to have the defense to make that attack miss. Ellen landing pretty much, apart from that one counter action at about 13, every action was the same there. Ellen skipping out of distance and then pushing all the way until she was within the right distance to land her own attack. was tactically a very good leg. That's exactly the right fence. It'll be interesting to see if the other two England fencers can replicate that.
So then, fourth leg, Huisin Cecile of England back on against Gaia Harge of Australia. Interesting matchup this from the psychology perspective. Gaia Harge went 5-0 down against Brearley in her first leg. Cecile went down 10-4 against Vasilyeva in hers. And now they meet, both looking to try and come back from maybe starts that they would have been disappointed with.
And that's a bit of a mistake from Cecile there, throwing that attack away a little bit too quickly. You've got to really be patient against this Australian team. If you attack at the wrong distance, they're easily capable of skipping out of it. But if you're really patient and you can outweight them, there's another example.
Whoa!
But she lands the counter action. That's a good hit for Cecile because she didn't dominate that hit, but she still manages to score. This is a very important leg for Australia. I feel they really need to make a few inroads in this leg, or else England could run away with this.
Gaia Harge looking to get onto the front foot, looking to get onto the attack. You can see Cecile, the intensity a bit inconsistent. Sometimes it's good and she's forcing the mistakes. Sometimes she just gives the initiative over to Australia.
Yeah, it's difficult because her style of fencing is very much, that's another occasion where she just wasn't quite dynamic enough and Harge able to score. Her style of fencing is very much, she enjoys the slow preparation and she enjoys sort of trying to work off something, but that's not a style which works against the Australians. The Australians always come intense in the middle, always looking to attack. That's much better. Drew the attack and was able to score. Slightly impatient defence there from Harge as well. And that was a much better preparation. She was able to get the attack. Unfortunately, just went into that close line, but much better preparation. That's good patience, tipping away.
Better now. Cecile starting to land the attacks. We saw her give 2 away early, but it's good finishes for the last 2.
And just a little bit hesitant there. Harge starts first. Very clear attack from the left.
Gives away the attack again. Harge lands level at 19.
And that's interesting. That's a couple of bouts now. Cecile has got to 19-17, and it was 9-7, I think, in her first bout, and not quite able to close. Although there she makes miss, and she will get to 20 this time. Good finish, good patience on that last one. Harge slightly, for me, being a little bit impatient with her defence. She could afford to work harder when going backwards. She's very quick to look for a counter action or a blade action, and not really kind of working that defence.
Now then, fascinating matchup coming up. Bethany Brearley really got the ball rolling for England in the best possible fashion. A dominant display in the first leg. She is back on for her second. Yilin Zhao back on for her second. She went down 6-1 to Robbins Wilkinson. She will be keen to make amends.
Yeah, another interesting matchup. Again, Beth, I think, will have to fence a little bit differently than she did in the first bout. In the first bout, she was very much attacking off the line. I think here she can afford to go in strong and then look to make that attack miss. Or just attack off the line again. That worked very well.
Brearley finds the blade. Bethany Brearley is looking very strong in this match.
Yeah, she's really got the bit between her teeth. She's working really hard in both defence and attack.
Oh!
And there's the strong preparation to draw the attack. So really drawing the attack at the time and place when she wants it, which is what allows her to make it miss. And that's a bit of a random hit. Sometimes happens. Both fences going in the same line. Only one light coming up. Beth shouldn't mind that. It was her good preparation again. I reckon if it was 2 lights, it would have been attack for Beth. She's really dominating with that preparation. And it's allowing her to both score hits in defence and also in attack. So Australia need to find some kind of response to Brearley at the moment. She's really on a roll.
And it's like you said, Selig, she wasn't disappointed. Exactly the same hit. This time, Brearley scores. Away again, on the attack now.
Now just needs to be patient, and there it is.
Beautiful finish from Beth Brearley. In her first 2 legs, she has dropped 1 touch, and she is looking strong for England in this final. And this is going to be an interesting leg. This match happened at exactly the same stage of the team final in the seniors. Robbins-Wilkinson against Vasilyeva. In that match, Robbins-Wilkinson was trailing. She came in with a deficit. She made good inroads against Vasilyeva, actually started to claw the deficit back.
It's interesting, also a repeat of the individual final, which Vasilyeva really dominated. It'll be interesting to see if Ellen's learned from that. It's all about making sure she gets in with a strong preparation here. I don't mind that from Ellen. I think it's the correct preparation, but Vasilyeva just able to pick off the attack in the middle.
Strong attack. Robbins-Wilkinson equal to it. Through and scores.
She looks really up for this in her body language and everything she's giving. Vassilyeva's going to have to fence very well to make inroads here. She's capable of it, though.
Oh,
Ooh.
it's big from Vasilyeva. So late with the parry. You thought Robbins-Wilkinson was ahead, but Vasilyeva showing her class. Furious Robbins-Wilkinson. She did the hard bit, skipped out of the way of the big, deep Vasilyeva attack. It's fascinating. Vasilyeva has just, she's fenced Robbins-Wilkinson twice now in this competition, and she's slowing down at the start.
She is, and that was a really nice start, which forced kind of the decision from Ellen. And once you make a decision in Sabre, often your opponent can pick off that and make a mistake. That's a lovely counter-attack as well. So Ellen did the correct start there. She made the attack miss, but just got a little bit too close. And Vasilyeva, as I said earlier, her counter-attack is very, very good. She's got lovely timing on that.
So Vasilyeva just showing her repertoire in the middle of the piece. Sometimes slower, but that last one faster, forcing a response from Robbins-Wilkinson, and she is through. Brings Australia level. 6 points to 1 in this leg.
This has been an outstanding leg from Vasilyeva. I don't think Robbins-Wilkinson has fenced this badly, but she's just been dominated by a better fencer.
Deep committed attack from Robbins-Wilkinson. She needed it. Oh! Robbins-Wilkinson pulls out something special. She needed it on that point. Where is that? It is too low. Vasilyeva, she's so good at staying on the front foot.
She is. These are now very important 3 or 4 hits.
You just cannot get her off her game, can you? So very difficult to disrupt.
No, and as I said, Ellen's fenced really well at times in this leg and looked very almost up for it, but Vasilyeva's class has really come through.
Oh, it's superb from Vasilyeva. Strong attack, and then she slows it right down.
Absolutely, and it's, as you were saying, it's that change in preparation. There was a kind of slow preparation, and she's able to pick up the attack and score again.
Tremendous from Veronika Vasilyeva. She's guaranteed her 4th medal of the championships. The only question is the colour. Gold and silver is what she deals in.
That was an outstanding leg. Loads and loads of different kind of starts from Vasilyeva, and every time able to kind of pick off what Ellen was doing. Ellen brought the right intensity. She scored some lovely hits as well. She made miss a couple of times, but in the end just wasn't able to match the Australians' dominance there. However, it's not over for England. Cecile back on for her last leg. She needs to try and bring that intensity and try and draw that attack out from Zhao. If you can draw that attack in the middle, you've got every chance.
Zhao with a lead. She's had a difficult match up till now. She's only scored 2 hits. There's the intensity. Drops it short, but Zhao, long reach, scores with the remise.
Yeah, that's exactly, and this is much better from Cecile. I know that she's losing this fight 2-1, but actually, on all of the 3 hits, she's had the initiative so far. She's giving it up a bit too early now. She's got to be patient. Zhao being very patient with her attack as well. And that's a lovely attack from Zhao. That was really patient from both fencers. Cecile waiting for an opportunity, couldn't create it, and Zhao finishing almost right on the end of the piece there.
There it is, exactly as you said, Mike. She did the right actions before, but the lights were not her friend. Now the green light wants to come and play.
And Zhao, for one of the first times going backwards, evading, not making mistakes on that attack.
Oh, commentator's curse. The first time Zhao sees she needed one touch to get through, rushes the attack. Big attack from Cecile. Needed this. Zhao has sent the referee to video.
I think she thinks it missed first time, but I'd be surprised if this came back any different. Mind you, they've had 2 looks.
No change. The reprise is with Zhao. Strong off the line. Cecile goes to video. They're back
I can't see this
very
changing.
quickly.
I was about to say she just got a little bit stuck there, gave up the initiative. But a better leg from Cecile. Still very much England in this match. But with Vasilyeva on last and fencing how she is, you feel that Ellen Robbins-Wilkinson probably has to bring this back a little bit more. I think if Vasilyeva has a 3-hit lead or more, it's going to be very tough for Beth Briley. Anything within 1 hit, the way Beth's fencing, it could be a very, very interesting last bout. But Ellen has to pull something out for England here in this bout, I feel.
Ellen Robbins-Wilkinson, we need her to replicate the form that she found against Zhao. 6-1 she scored. She will need to go. She will need to score 8 in this if she wants to take the lead. But anything that she can do to reduce the deficit against Australia, Beth Brearley will be very grateful.
And that's a perfect start. That's exactly the way to fence Harge. And again, I'm seeing that Harge not really using the piece in her defence. So you have to be patient. If you're patient, you can make it.
Follows it up with a big attack. Harge caught on her on guard line. And
that's a lovely attack from Ellen. Really nice timing, because Harge thought she had to attack because she'd been burnt on defence at the previous point.
It's a nothing attack from Harge on defence now. Where's that counter attack? She lands the parry. The first time we've seen real patience from Gaia Harge on defence.
Yeah, that's the first time she's really worked going backwards. She went backwards 3 or 4 metres there and was able to find the parry. Lesson for the future.
But Robbins-Wilkinson is punishing the attack of Harge. She has drawn England level again.
And there's a mistake from Robbins-Wilkinson, just slightly pulling the hand back, maybe thinking Harge was looking to defend, made a mistake and Harge was able to punish it.
And again, this time, Harge finding the reach she needed for the attack.
That was a better hit from Ellen's perspective, though.
Committed,
I always feel
and
if you can go in strong against Harge and make miss, that's probably your best option.
Preparation.
And that's not the tactic.
Is Robbins-Wilkinson maybe forcing it, maybe wanting the attack too much? Defence was being so successful. There it is again.
This is a big hit for Ellen. I think she has to make it.
Where's that counter attack parried?
Crucial hits coming up now. Perfect start from Ellen. And she lands her attack.
Going low underneath the counter attack.
Ellen needs to be a little bit careful. I think Harge might change on this point.
Parry riposte, exactly as you called it. Harge burned on the attack.
Yeah, that was a little bit naive from Ellen, just on that last hit, although she fenced a very good leg. On that last hit, Harge, the previous 2 hits had done the same thing, and Ellen had made it miss both times. So anybody was likely to sort of change their action. But nice parry riposte from Harge, and good leg from Ellen. At one point, it looked like it might be 40 to 36, 37, and that would have been a big deficit. The way Beth's fencing with that intensity in the middle, this could still be very interesting.
Both of these finishers fencing well. We were concerned coming into this leg about, maybe Vasilyeva was carrying a bit of an injury. She looked like she was getting tired in the legs particularly. But we've not seen any evidence of that really in this match. And if she can bring her best, this could be a real treat. Vasilyeva! parry
And that's a lovely parry riposte. Again, changing her preparation. Beth has to try and match this now.
3 unanswered touches, and Vasilyeva is showing champion quality.
She has so much variety in her preparation. It's really very difficult to read what she's going to do.
Oh, 4 unanswered touches.
Vasilyeva on the attack.
Is this it? So dangerous on the long attack. Vasilyeva, masterclass. Individual senior silver, team senior gold, individual junior gold, and now in junior team gold. Vasilyeva is having an incredible championships.
And that was absolutely, again, outstanding fencing. Probably really the difference between the two teams today. Vasilyeva's class. I don't think England fenced that fight badly at all. I think for most of it they had completely the right tactics. But Vasilyeva and the way she's able to change her preparation and work off what her opponent is doing, just a class above. You can tell she's feeling the injury still. There's a bit of limping now. But I also reckon sometimes when you're at that stage, probably adrenaline takes over. It'll be interesting to see if she's able to fence in cadets, but certainly if she is, good luck the rest of the competition.
Veronika Vasilyeva, Yilin Zhao, Gaia Haj, they turn their team silver medal into a team gold medal in the juniors. Tremendous fencing from the Australian team. Mike, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will be taking a very short break, and then we'll be back with the semi-final action in the junior women's foil and the junior men's épée. Join us again then. Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back to the University of East London Sportstock, and it is semi-final time in the junior women's foil and the junior men's épée team events. The athletes and the teams and the referees are currently being presented to the crowd, and we will have all of them available for you here live on Fencing Vision. On yellow is the junior men's épée, and that is New Zealand against Australia. That is the yellow-pieced junior men's épée, New Zealand against Australia. On blue is the other semi-final matchup, and that is England against Canada. Meanwhile, on the other half of the hall, on the green-pieced, is England versus Scotland in the semi-final of the junior women's foil. And on the red-pieced is where we will begin, and that is Australia versus Canada. So we are just about to get underway. These semi-finals will take place, and then we will have a short break when we will have the medal presentation for the junior women's sabre teams. That competition just came to a conclusion in the last sort of 15 minutes or so, and that was won by Australia, triumphing 45-39 over England. Then we will go straight to the finals of the junior men's épée and the junior women's foil. We do not have bronze medal playoffs in the men's épée or the women's foil. The reason for that is that at these championships, whether there are 2 bronze medals or 1 is dictated by the number of entries in the competition. So in women's sabre, there was quite a small entry, and that meant that there was a bronze medal playoff. That bronze medal playoff was won by India. That bronze medal playoff was won by India, but however, in both the junior men's épée and the junior women's foil, there will be 2 bronze medals, which means that we will only have the final. That will be the only match that will be the only medal match for the all of the semi-finalists will at the very least receive bronze medals, because there will be bronze medal for both of the losing semi-finals. So, we are here on the red piece, and it's going to be Australia versus Canada. Australia will be on our right, Canada will be on our left. And the referees for this will be Pablo Acevedo, who will get things going, and Florence Ducam of France, Pablo Acevedo of Spain, Florence Ducam of France. Australia, the team is composed of Niamh O'Neill, Mayuri Muralidharan and Sophia Glasson, with Georgette Sweeney as reserve. Canada is Isabella Sabatini, Nora Sigel and Jamie Lena Park, with Ying Cao as reserve. And Ying Cao, for anyone who's been following our footage from day 5, which was, I believe, 2 days ago, will remember she was a bronze medal winner in that competition. So it's interesting that she is starting on the bench, whether she will be part of a planned substitution to come in early, or whether she is being rested with the anticipation that maybe she will be used in the final. Unclear as of yet, but we will see how that plays out. Potentially the interesting decision from Australia's perspective, Amelia Whelan, 7th place in the individual event. She is not a member of this team. Sophia Glasson is a member of this team. She finished 6th, and Mayuri Muralidharan 9th. Now, she was the second seed, I believe, coming into that coming out of the pools in that competition. Ended up finishing in the last 16, but Australia still backing her to finish in the 9th leg for Australia. Here we are then, Sabatini and Glasson first up. Sabatini finished 11th in the individual, so it'll be interesting to see how she plays. And in she steps, Glasson, composure, takes the parry, scores Australia's first. Here's the press from Glasson. And off target, misses. Counter-attack from Sabatini is off target. All the other pieces are currently underway. That is green, yellow and blue. We will also, later on this afternoon, we will have our coverage of the first of the veterans events. That's the veteran men's épée and the veterans women's sabre. They are currently running down in the other hall where we do not have streaming coverage. So if you're looking for any coverage of the veteran women's sabre or the veteran men's épée, we will have that from about the 16, maybe the quarterfinals onwards, as they move into this main hall. But for now, we are not covering them live, but you can follow their results at the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022 website, and then go to the On Guard link, and that will give you the all of the live results from the tableaus. Massive veteran men's épée event. Lovely round the back riposte for Sabatini. She levels for Canada. The Sabatini pressing. Referee Acevedo would just like another look at this. There's a hint that maybe Sabatini had 2 goes at this attack. Okay, we are back on guard, no touch given. Glasson then on the press, and you can see just a broken up rhythm, just looking to keep Sabatini back, keep her away, and unable to finish. And as they pass, Sabatini skips away. She knows that she's the one who passed Glasson, and so it'll be Glasson would be allowed 1 riposte against her. So Sabatini skips away. Glasson just building this attack, lands off target. Here we are then, Sabatini pressing forwards. Off target, riposte, sorry, not off target, parried. You can see Glasson trying to make this attack work. She's putting a lot of energy into building these attacks, but she's just unsuccessful at the moment, not able to find her way through the defenses of Isabella Sabatini. Sabatini spent a lot of time in her half of the piece. Glasson, really good here. And this time, she takes the attack over. Sabatini comes to a stop. Glasson seizes the moment to attack over the top and scores. And immediately Glasson pressing again. Final 40 seconds or so. A cagey opening start this. Neither one really wanting to get their team into trouble by overcommitting or by getting them, or that might risk that building a lead, allowing their opponents to build a big lead. The attack is given for Sabatini. Glasson sends the referee to the video. She believes that Sabatini came to a stop and that Glasson had the opportunity to take over. Referee Acevedo comes back. They've had a look, explains the decision. They said it was, there's a rhythm break, there's a rhythm pause, there's a change of rhythm. It's not a stop. Sabatini then levels it up. Pressing now, Glasson misses. Sabatini pinned to the back line on the floor. Glasson still unable to finish. Final 10 seconds. Looking like we may end up there. There may be another point in this. But it's been quite cagey, really, and in this semi-final, in the context of this semi-final, that makes absolute sense. You don't want to allow. Oh, in goes Sabatini. Sofia Glasson has been looking to build this attack. She's been looking to press it and line it up all match, and it's just not really worked for her. And she's had so many looks at it, but she's also given Sabatini a lot of looks, and immediately Glasson drops back. (3-2) then at the end of the first leg, and they will hand over into the second, and it'll be Jamie Lena Park picking up the baton from Sabatini, and Mayuri Muralidharan picking the baton up for Australia. Muralidharan will be finishing in that 9th leg, the all-important 9th leg for Australia, and she will look to see what she can do against potentially on paper one of the weaker Canadian fencers. Park finishing 12th in this in the individual competition, the same round as Muralidharan, but we've seen quite a lot of the Australian fencer over the championships because she also competed in the senior individual event. On green, England into a 10-8 lead against Scotland. They're just at the start of the third. On yellow, it looks like 9-5. Australia lead New Zealand in the junior men's épée. Green was the other junior women's foil semi-final, by the way, where England are leading Scotland. And on blue, England out to a 14-6 lead against Canada in the junior men's épée. But here, back on red, Muralidharan looking to score, looking to press. Jamie Lena Park, though, aggressive off the line. She is giving Muralidharan no chance to set up this press. She's giving her no opportunities, and again it's in, it's direct. Jamie Lena Park has started terrifically strong. 3 points to 1, she is upping the scoring. This time, though, in she stops. Muralidharan begins the slow press. Park is late. starting. She's in, she bounces around, she gives the opportunity to Muralidharan, who is only too happy to begin. Little plays, little movement on the edge from Park. She's bouncing in and out of distance, but Muralidharan just slowly, patiently builds up the attack. She ignores the fakes, the provocations from Park, patiently builds her attack and scores. And again, the slow press from Muralidharan. She levels for Australia. Park in, stops. The restart is from Canada. Muralidharan just dances on the edge of Park's attack, lets it fall short and begins her press. And there it is again. As Park thinks about taking it up, Muralidharan draws level again, 7 apiece. There's the attack from Park. She starts first. This is a high scoring match, but neither team able to get away. 5 apiece they've scored in this leg. There's the attack from Park, but she's unable to thread through the defenses. Where is the attack starting from? Yes, Park in, stops. It's a slow attack from Muralidharan, and Park has fallen for it a number of times. Referee returns from the video confirming the call. Park accelerates. And Muralidharan surely again. No, the attack is with Park. There she is. In goes Park. Muralidharan cannot believe she did not get a light. 6-7 that score. And Park really strong. High scoring second leg. She's just opened Canada's lead by 1. On green, back and forth between England and Scotland in the other junior women's foil semi-final. England lead 17-14. On yellow, Australia, New Zealand in the junior men's épée, level at 11 in the 4th. And on blue, England against Canada in the junior men's épée, England leading by 20 points to 7. Underway then. Nora Sigel, Canada, taking on Niamh O'Neill of Australia. O'Neill looking to find the way through, delaying the launch of the point. Sigel equal to it, waits patiently. She knows there's going to be that delayed finish to O'Neill's attack, and she's comfortable avoiding it. The counter-attack misses. O'Neill attacks, but Sigel, equal to it, takes the parry. And as O'Neill's looking to build, she's looking to wind up, she's anticipating parries. It gives Sigel an opportunity to step in for the counter. This time, though, off target. O'Neill harrying on defense. In close, O'Neill takes the parry and scores. Lovely change of rhythm. Sigel, as she builds up the attack, she's actually letting her feet do pretty much all of the work on that attack. All of the fake, all of the change, everything, all of the signals that she's sending to O'Neill is done with the change of footwork, so changing the pace. Her hand actually is just holding it back. She just wants it out the way, and then she can find the time to finish. O'Neill, by contrast, she's still building the attack, but she's building it by, she's using a lot more blade work, so she's more feints, more beats, and you can see the sort of in and out character of her blade, and that's how she's trying to thread her way through the defense. However, by being so in and out with that blade, that's what gives Sigel an opportunity to find it, and she does so to take it to 13. It's a really good leg, this, from Nora Sigel. Here's O'Neill, and there's that hand pressing. She's using it to invite. However, in doing it like that, she comes to a stop. The footwork isn't, the feet aren't really doing the work. And that gives Sigel an opportunity to attack, and it's a really good attack over the top from Nora Sigel. You can see taking the blade. And watch for this change of rhythm from Nora Sigel as she looks to build. How is she going to be? Nice attack. She takes the blade a little bit on the way in. It's a long, deep lunge. She is through. So Jamie Lena Park coming back on against Sophia Glasson. Really strong leg from Park, and you saw that she scored quickly. Really, really tight changes of direction. Really, really good. Just bouncing in and out of distance and accelerating to score against Muralida, and she just started to extend this lead for Australia, which Sigel has come on and just ran with. 5-1 that leg. Sophia Glasson then, we saw her being quite cagey in that first period. Didn't really want to concede anything. She was really keen to get a press going on the attack. And a bit like Sigel, you can see that she really uses the footwork to do the work in drawing mistakes from her opponents. Yeah, she was keeping the blade down, keeping it out of the way where it's safe, and then looking to create something that she can then use to accelerate and score. So we are then. Glasson. You can see there's a, and it's actually Yao who's come on here. So Canada already made a substitution. We wondered at the start whether that was going to be like a pre-planned substitution that would be coming. It looks a little bit like it is, because to be honest, Park looked like she did a really good job. So it looked like maybe a pre-planned substitution from Canada. And you can see Yao there, the individual bronze medalist. She collects the blade, attacks on her way in. Glasson is really keen to get this attack working, so you can see that expect to see quite a lot of this match happening in Yao's half of the piste. But Yao's really dynamic on the change of direction, which is going to make it really hard for Glasson to pick the moment, you know, identify what the true attack is, what the fake is, and find her way through. On green, England just opening up a lead for 25-18 against Scotland. That's the other women's foil team semi-final. And I'll give you a rundown of the épée shortly. We'll just when we have the next break in play here on red. There's the press from Glasson, and you can see just harrying with the blade, Yao, and looks like they're taking the blade. Do Australia want a video? Yes, they do. So where is the blade? Who's taking the blade? You can see again, just Glasson, pressing, 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 pressing. She wants to be on the attack. And you can see as well that she wants to launch it from a long way away and go with an attack from distance. Australia not happy with that decision. They felt it was. They felt both fencers were going for the blade, in which case it would have been Australia's attack. But the parry is with Canada, is off target. But Canada is starting to open out a lead now. As they get in close, Yao misses, turns around, should she video. It was really in close, lots of quick exchanges, quite difficult to see, and it may be that they wouldn't show up completely clearly on the video. Here we go from Glasson. She's getting fired up. 2 points she's scored now to Yao's 2. Yao's really happy to give ground. And she's trying to launch the attack, but he doesn't seem like she's super balanced when she's attacking. She doesn't seem like she's completely ready. And it means that Glasson is just picking her up as she starts. That's a better start. Looks more purposeful, looks more ready to build an attack. There's the press from Glasson. Can she line up the attack? Still no. Parried this time, and Yao doesn't look comfortable attacking. Blade stays quite forward in the attack, which means that she's always going to be vulnerable to attacks. There we go. Glasson finds the attack. When we saw Yao in the individual, it felt like she was maybe more comfortable on defense, and it kind of looks like this now. You know, she with her blade forward in the way that it is. This time they both take the blade, so it's Glasson's. And Glasson now 6 points to 2. She's doing a really good job here for bringing Australia back in. And is it the attack again from Australia? It absolutely is. Beautiful from Glasson. She puts out the line. Yao comes forward to take it, but she's so tentative. And because she's so tentative, she comes to a complete stop. Glasson accelerates over the top and scores. Big leg this. 8 points to 2 in this leg. And it feels like Sophia Glasson has really got the measure of the individual medalist. So Cao, I keep saying. Yao, not. Of course, Ying Cao. There's the counter riposte. A second counter riposte. Sophia Glasson has sent this to video. She believes that there was no second counter riposte from Cow, and so it should be
Once, took the belt from them. Block, once again.
Sorry for the silence there. Just had a small sneezing fit, but we're back and we're all good. And Cow, can she get out of this leg? Glasson has done a lot of damage. Nine points she has scored. And they are 7 seconds. You feel like Glasson maybe has one last attack in her, maybe for this in this leg. She does! Levels it at 19. Just over a second remaining. $19 apiece then, we reach time. 10 points to 4. That leg from Sophia Glasson of Australia. She will hand over to Niamh O'Neill. Huge performance from Sophia Glasson. Isabella Sabatini back on for Canada. She had that initial cagey match between with Glasson. It came out 3-2. You suspect maybe as well that Park may return for the third match, a reversal of the Cow substitution. So 19 apiece. Press now from Australia ends and Sabatini takes it up. She's just dancing on the edge as the Australian fencer. Can't quite tell. I'm not sure whether Australia have made a substitution. It could be Georgette Sweeney on for Niamh O'Neill. I can't quite be 100% sure because I can't see the back of the Australian's lame. But I'll be keeping an eye out for whether that's changed. Anyone in the chat, if you recognise the fencing style of the Australian fencer on our right, let me know if you think for definite whether it's Niamh O'Neill or Georgette Sweeney. And we can indeed see now, just as we turn the back, that looks like Sweeney. Sabatini has sent referee Pablo Acevedo to the video. Landed off target, but actually what she wants is did Sweeney cover when she stepped in? And it looks like this was a good video call, because it looks like referee Acevedo is reaching for his card. And even though the point landed off target initially, because it covered a hit that would have been valid, that they could see that on the video, it means that the referee Acevedo can award the hit. So even though it landed off target, because on the video they could see that it would very clearly have hit the target, Acevedo is able to award that as a valid touch and the yellow card. So it's a double blow for Georgette Sweeney. Lovely from Sabatini. You can see her just holding the line out, giving Sweeney something to worry about, giving her a problem. And as soon as Sweeney starts to deal with the line, Sabatini just shifts her body weight forward, changes the angle of attack, is able to counterattack, and then just evades the attack coming in from Sweeney. There's the line again. And this time she goes with the parry. She gets tangled up, so she's unable to score. Sweeney scores, back within one. Here's the press now from Sabatini. And Sweeney doing more to change with the distance. In the end, the attack is off target. But Sabatini, Sweeney, when she's defending, it's more about what she's doing with the feet. So she's very, very active on the balls of her toes, just trying to change up the distance and create a different look for Sabatini. Expect to see her varying up between taking parries and also skipping out of the way. The attack is given for Sweeney. Sabatini would quite like video on this. I think she believes that there may be 2 beats on the blade. Referee returns, stays with their initial decision. So 21 apiece. Sabatini again, scoring again. She is now just maybe edging Canada ahead. Good press this from Sabatini. She's just holding back, keeping the blade out of harm's way, making it very difficult for Sweeney to set up any kind of defense. And there's that really disruptive use of line from Sabatini. Catches the parry as she skips in. And there's the time, 22-21. So again, Sabatini doing a really good job of containing the scoring. She's not scoring loads of points, but what she is doing is she's conceding very few. And each time she's come out, making it so that Canada are in the lead by 1. Norris Sigel then back on for Canada. Against Mayuri Muralidharan, and this will be really interesting. Mayuri Muralidharan, we're expecting her to finish this, we'll be finishing this match off for Australia. But she didn't have a great first outing against Jamie Lena Park. She scored 6 points, but she ended up with 7 scored against her, and that's what started to open out the lead for Canada from 1-2. Norris Sigel then came on against Neve O'Neill, 5-1 that matchup. You can see a press there, but Muralidharan just, as she's winding up with the arm, in and scores, levels it up. Muralidharan doing such a really good job disrupting. She's just showing the target and changing the distance, showing different targets, and she invites the attack to shoulder. And then as she does, she just steps in, shortens it up. In close now, Muralidharan. Australia in the lead for the first time, possibly for the first time in this match. The attack stops from Sigel. Muralidharan takes it up, 24 now. This match will go up to 30. On green, England are through 45-21 against Scotland. They will meet the winners of this match in the final. There is the parry from Sigel. On blue, England through in the junior men's épée 45-20 against Canada, while on yellow in the matchup between New Zealand and Australia, it is 35-32 to Australia. So Sigel just looking to build from a bit further out than she was earlier, and just making it maybe a little bit less likely that Muralidharan's disruptive defense is going to be effective. Be good to see if she can keep that going, but it does mean that if the distance does change, she's going to be... Okay, lovely. Holds a slightly wider distance. She's anticipating the counterattack now and finds her way to the target. Canada back within one. Muralidharan's blade trapped under the arm of Sigel, so the halt is called. In close, a quick exchange of very close parries, and it ends with an off target. There's the attack through, and this is really good from Muralidharan. You can see Sigel launching her attack from further away. Muralidharan did a really good job in the first part of this match and scored her first points with counterattacks, made Sigel want to attack from further away, and she does so. But as she does, it's easy to read. Nice change now. It doesn't need much. It's just a little step in, a really small step in, and that's how she catches the counterattack. Muralidharan, the finisher for Australia, doing exactly what you would want her to. Getting the lead for her country and now building a really potentially intimidating total. Pressing Sigel now. You can see she still wants this attack to work, and the score is starting to work against her because she needs the attack to work now. 3 hits the gap. 6 touches to 2. Muralidharan has landed. Sigel pressing. This time she's through. Muralidharan maybe wanted this to be called attack. No, but you can see the way that she's doing that attack. It's just a counter-attack. It's not an attack from Muralidharan. She's stepping in. Counter-offense and defense have been really strong from the Australian fencer in this. How's she going to set up this time? Sigel pressing. Takes the parry. Scores. Really strong from Mayuri Muralidharan. Muralidharan takes the blade and presses, but she'll be comfortable on defense here. Look for the counter-attack. There it is. Within one now. 8 touches unanswered. Mayuri Muralidharan. Only 3 for Nora Sigel. Sigel lands through, goes through with the attack. She's through the defenses, but she cannot score. And Muralidharan scores with her answering attack. It is a 9-3 turnaround. Jamie Lena Park back on for Canada. After that substitution, it's now been reversed. So she will come back on, and she will take on, it looks like Georgette Sweeney again, but we will just check that out. Yeah, it looks like Georgette Sweeney's still on. You saw really fast fencing of Park. Expect to see that again, and Canada will need this. Park looks strong. There's the attack off target. Park just holding with the line, dives in with the counter attack. Sweeney, too much to think about. Had to deal with the line, then line up the attack. Attack direct from Park. She did this well against Muralidharan. She scored often, and she scored fast. Referee Ducharme wants a look.
Len, I have all yours.
Sweeney absorbs it. But you can see how balanced Park is. When she gets into trouble, when she is defended, when she's parried, when she's made miss, she's immediately able to recover, get back out. She doesn't give much away. This time, though, Sweeney's able to patiently press, patiently push, anticipates that lunging counterattack from Park and scores. And you can see Sweeney looking to just counter the speed of Park by keeping a wider distance, even on defense. You know, she's keeping, maybe conventional wisdom would sort of say keep a closer distance on defense, but actually Sweeney's quite comfortable, is much more comfortable keeping the distance wide, backing herself to absorb the attack of Park, rather than trying to sort of hassle and harry at close distance. It does mean that if Park wants to, she can maybe attack with more impunity and set things up, as she does here. Able to skip in on the remise. Canada within 3. And she skips in. Within 2. On yellow, New Zealand into the lead, 41-40 against Australia. There's the press from Park. And because she knows that Sweeney is holding a wider distance, she has all the time in the world to set up her attack. And she goes again, looking to go again with the remise when she's parried. On the attack, Park looking to cover the distance. She runs Sweeney with the counter-attack, but Park has enough time to get her point on. This time, Park drops short. And this is what Sweeney's looking for. She's looking to let Park's attack finish and then back herself on the riposte. 43-42 in the junior men's épée match. Australia lead New Zealand. And again, draws the attack out to its fullest, and then Georgette Sweeney can score. There's the attack though, develops it properly. 31-33. Final 10 seconds. New Zealand have levelled against Australia at 43 in the junior men's épée. And just at the changeover, we're just going to have a quick look. What's happening on yellow? 30 seconds remaining. Double, 44 all. It is Jacob Crook of Australia against Charles Bialetti of New Zealand. 44 all, one touch to make the final. Going to look for the end of this touch. 12, 11 seconds before they go into overtime. Final 10 seconds. We will hop back to red at the conclusion of this match. Going into the final minute of overtime. They are just back underway on red. But we are just going to stay with this men's épée semi-final. 44 all. Priority with Australia, which means New Zealand must score. Glasson has scored. Double. Bialetti, New Zealand on our right. Crook of Australia on our left. 44 apiece. Glasson with her second. 35-32. Australia lead Canada on red. Double again. Crook just probing. You can see Bialetti just bouncing on the edge of distance, looking to invite a rash decision from Jacob Crook. Double touch. 3 seconds remain in the minute. New Zealand must score. Charles Bialetti has no time. Charles Bialetti has to press. He has 2 seconds. He scores! Charles Bialetti! New Zealand into the final. 45-44. He had less than a second. Priority was against him. Charles Bialetti has scored to win it at 44 all. 0.79 on the clock. Immediately we return to red. Sofia Glasson going to work against Nora Sigel. Building the lead. 5 touches it is now. Glasson. The attack is with Sigel. On yellow, Charles Bialetti is being swamped by the New Zealand team. On red, Sofia Glasson marches on. Glasson! No, the attack is with Sigel. Glasson scores again. Seven hits the lead now. Nora Sigel has only managed 1 in this leg. Muralidharan originally did the damage against Sigel in her previous leg. 9-4 that one. This one potentially even more costly in the context of the match. 6-1 it is so far. Sofia Glasson. Into the last second. Sofia Glasson has done her work for Australia. She will feel as she hands over to Isabella Sabatini. An interesting matchup this one will be. Muralidharan didn't have a strong start against Jamie Lena Park, but her second match against Nora Sigel, 9-3 she scored. Sabatini has been really good at nullifying scoring. She's been very difficult to hit and has always managed to make sure that she hands over a lead. First blood for Muralidharan. There's the attack from Sabatini. Muralidharan wants this reviewed. Overturned. Attack Muralidharan. Muralidharan, can she land the riposte? Korakor is called first. No touch. Here's the press from Muralidharan. Sabatini, she scored one, but she needs to score so many more. Riposte parried, Muralidharan in. And then in Muralidharan. Sabatini has not looked comfortable pressing, and Muralidharan exploits it. Not a line for Sabatini. (43-33). The lead is 10 points now for Australia. Muralidharan, she's the one who really accelerated Australia away. She turned a one-touch deficit into a five-touch lead. Sophia Glasson then in the eighth leg extended it against Nora Sigel. That's where the damage was done. And that is why we find ourselves in this position. Sabatini needing to score another 9 to level. Who takes the blade? Sabatini does. 8 the deficit. Off target from Sabatini. Is the attack with Muralida, and this time Sabatini absolutely convinced that this is line. It is not. Acevedo says the point, there is too much going on. It is not on target. Muralida needs 1 to take Australia through to the final against England. On the press now, is this the moment for Muralida? And it is not, because she is in too close. Cora Core, halt is called. There's the attack, and it is off target. There's the riposte from Sabatini. She will need more. Muralida needs 1. Sabatini still alive in this match. There it is, Muralida. Takes Australia through to the final. They will face England. We're going to have a very short break now, and then we will be back. Our coverage will either be, I think most likely it will be the veteran men's épée. Could also be the medal ceremony for the junior women's sabre team. We will know more when we return from our short break. Thank you.
England and New Zealand team captains to the DT for the draw for the final.
Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the Junior Women's Sabre Team Championships. Medals will be presented by Helen Smith, President of the Oceania Fencing Federation and a member of the DT for the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing India, DAY07, Murikinati Babiredi, Shreya Gupta, and Pritathi Kotwal. In the silver medal position, representing England, Bethany Bridley, Ellen Wilkinson, Nicole Saunders, and Gracie Cecile. And in the gold medal position and winners of the Junior Women's Sabre Team Championships at the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022, representing Australia, Gaia Haj, Baruch Vassilieva, and Yaden Zhao. Please now stand if you are flags for the national anthem of Australia.
Pierre Harper is to DT to do the draw, and I need an epic team captain to DT for that draw, please. Thank you. Epic New Zealand team captain.
Right then, congratulations Australia, Junior Women's Sabre team champions. They add that gold medal to their senior team championship. But we are going to now focus on veteran men's épée, which is beginning on the coloured pistes. And it is the first time that we have seen the veterans today. It is an enormous event in men's épée, 119 entries. We are down to the quarterfinals. We are on the green piste with Greg Allen of England on our left, taking on Alex Greenwich of England on our right. On blue, Eric Grand-Dotteville of England takes on Alexander Ellison, also of England. On yellow, David Hillier of England takes on Mark Samuel of Canada. And on red, Farhad Rahi of England takes on Chris Hauser of England. All of those matches are available for you on the live stream. This is the first time we've caught up with the veteran men's épée, but that is available for you on the live stream now. You can see a Greenwich. He is probing, looking to draw something from Greg Allen, skipping in really close. He really backs himself to find. He skips in so close, looking to draw something from Greg Allen. Allen responds, a Greenwich not ready for it. The veteran matches scored differently. First to 10, not 15. So much less of an opportunity if someone starts to get a lead for you to be able to get back in. See a Greenwich there provoking. Allen just holding steady. And there's the flash from Allen. A Greenwich, a little pause. He's not there set up. He's in close. It gives Allen the opportunity to launch on his own terms. Short little provocations from a Greenwich into the wrist. Allen pulling a Greenwich all the way back towards his 2-meter line. But this time, Allen misses his first. He's stranded in no man's land. A Greenwich can score 3-all. Remember, you can watch any of the matches currently taking place on the coloured piste, which is Veteran Men's Épée quarterfinals. Go to the Fencing Vision YouTube channel and you can follow the red, yellow or blue piste streams. We're going to remain on green for this match. Into the minute break then. Only two periods of 3 minutes. In the veteran competition. So first to 10, only 2 periods of 3 minutes. It's cagey early. Plenty to go, plenty of time remaining. Here we go then. A Greenwich of England on the right. Allen of England also on the left. Greenwich standing tall, inviting an action from Allen. And you can see just with how high the point is from a Greenwich, he wants Allen to go low. And Allen happy to oblige. Finds a Greenwich flat-footed, accelerates through to score. And Greenwich pressing again on the edge. You can see him probing at the wrist. Allen holding his discipline, holding his composure. Over the top, a Greenwich fakes in. It's all the invitation that Greg Allen needs. He lets a Greenwich finish, goes over the top to score. And then again, Greg Allen launches the flesh. 6-3 he leads. Allen just dancing on his warning line, questing with the tip, and he's making it so difficult for a Greenwich to set anything up with any confidence. And it means that actually Allen, although a Greenwich is doing a lot of the work in the setup, it's Allen who says when we go. It's Allen who's launching the actions, and that is why he's in this 3-hit lead. Allen skips back comfortable on his warning line. Greenwich drops low. He needs to give a different look. But Allen's still comfortable. He can launch and he can still manufacture a double. Greenwich would like his weapon changed, gives himself some time. Greenwich just getting his weapon tested. On a red, Hauser leads 9-6. On yellow, Hillier of England leads Mark Samuel of Canada by 8 points to 6. And on blue, it is 9-6. And I cannot tell whether it is Ellison or Grand Hauteville, sorry, in the lead there. Meanwhile, we stay on green. 9-5. Greg Allen leads. One away from the semi-finals. He will face, and he drops to the leg with a feint. Into the final he goes. Sorry, into the semi-final he goes. And he will face the winner of this match on red. Hauser of England on our right, Rayahi of England on our left. Hauser one away. Rayahi skips away to score. Mark Samuel takes the lead, 9-8 on yellow. Ellison through on blue. Against Grande Routeville. Hauser here, 9-7. Looking for his spot in the semi-finals, where he will face Greg Allen. Through goes Rayahi. Hauser holding on the edge. He will not want to let Rayahi further in. He just needs one to go through. Holding that point steady, matching the movement of Rayahi, waiting for his moment. Rayahi just, can he create an error? He can. Hauser launches for early from too far away, and we are level at 9. Hillier and Samuel level at 9 on yellow. You can catch the close of that match on the yellow stream, on the yellow pieced stream. Samuel through. You cannot catch the end of that match. It has just finished. Hauser through. 10-9, 10-9. Mark Samuel through to the semi-finals. Chris Hauser through to the semi-finals. He will face Greg Allen. And we will take a very short break. And we will return with possibly the veteran women's sabre, possibly the men's épée team. Join us then, find out exactly what it is. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the piste the finalists for the Junior Men's Team FA competition.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the finals piste, because it is time for our third final of the afternoon. It is Junior Men's Team FA, and it is England against New Zealand. And in the commentary box, back for a second to go, Mike Selig. Mike, welcome back.
Hi.
So, England through to this final, and they were through in what I can only describe as in undramatic fashion. In the quarterfinals, 45-31 over Wales, and then in the semi-finals, 45-20 over Canada. New Zealand, however, in the semi-finals against the old enemy Australia, 44-all, priority against them in the final overtime minute, with less than a second on the clock. Charles Bialetti manufactures from nothing a single light to take New Zealand through to the final, and they find themselves here now.
Yeah, this will be an interesting fight. I think England have been very dominant so far today from what I've seen. They had a couple of moments against Wales where the Welsh got quite close, but they always seem to find a change in how they were fencing to sort of keep that lead, and then eventually when Wales were really chasing it, pulling away. I think for New Zealand, the game here is going to be trying to keep it really tight, to an extent almost kind of scrappy. I think if England sort of develop the distance and timing which they want, they've probably got the superior technical fencers from what I've seen so far.
And this England team really stacked with experience and medal-winning experience at that. They are opening with James Gill, who won a bronze medal at the Under-20 World Championships this year. And then he will hand on to Alec Brooke, who won the gold here just 2 days ago, I think. And also a individual bronze medalist at the Under-20 European Championships. And then both of them were in the silver medal winning team at the Under-20 European Championships. It is a very stacked deck of experience. Joe Walmsley, also a member of this England team, also a member of that European Championships team. It is a very experienced England side.
Yeah, Alec in particular has had quite a breakthrough year in terms of international results, and I've seen him. He's been fencing very, very nicely this week. As I say, if New Zealand are going to have to try and make this a little bit scrappy, take him out of his comfort zone. But it will be interesting to see how they go about it.
So we're just taking a moment now to set everything up before we get underway. And we are ready to go. So it is going to be Gill on our right, Bialetti on our left. Bialetti, the hero of the semi-final for New Zealand. Is this going to be what inspires him, or has he used it all up in the semi-final?
Yeah, New Zealand will be also riding that high from that semi-final when you have that kind of tight, really tight match and you come through. Sometimes that can really lift you and keep that momentum going. Sometimes it's almost harder to pick yourself up if you've kind of had an easy win. At the moment, Gill is trying to set things up, so he's pushing. New Zealand happy to defend, happy to back off.
We saw Bialetti in the individual, and he took a while to get going. He in the match that we saw, he ended up losing narrowly, and you can see he loves to try and create. He loves to try and do stuff that's a little bit different, and it's, as you say, Mike, it's exactly what we want from New Zealand in this match if they're to throw off this very strong England team.
Yeah, he was trying to be disruptive, so jumping in, jumping out of distance, geofencing a lot more classically, and I think that's very much going to be the story of the match so far. It'll be interesting to see whether England can find that distance and find that timing at where they want to fence and how they want to fence. I think we're going to see a lot of England pushing, and a lot of it is happening in the New Zealand half, certainly to begin with. Sometimes, though, just because the fence is coming forward, it doesn't really mean they're looking to attack in épée. They might be looking to set things up.
Whoa! Flick to the inside of the wrist. Bialetti is here to play.
Yeah, Gilles has to be a little bit more patient than he's shown so far. A couple of times just kind of attacking without really preparing. And because in épée, obviously you can score even whilst defending. You don't need to hit with priority. So you have to really, if you're going to attack, you have to make sure you're doing it at the right distance and time and preparing it properly. This is better from Gilles. He's looking a little bit more patient, trying to provoke an action, which he did. But the New Zealand fencer just realising halfway through there that it wasn't an opportunity, kind of pulling out of his attempted hit. Again, you can see Gilles pressing.
Oh! Right at full stretch, James Gilles scores.
I'd still like to see Gilles taking a little bit more time with his preparation and setting up the hits a bit more. I still think that was a slightly rushed attack. Slightly got away with it because the New Zealander looked for a big parry.
Oh, Bialetti to the floor. Gilles would like another look. He thinks that missed. Oh, Bialetti is saying it absolutely missed. Where did it hit? It must have hit right on the side of the piece because everything there is insulated.
Yeah, that's interesting and a good example of the type of sportsmanship which you see a lot at épée, where people will admit if they haven't hit rather than kind of waste time making the referees look at it again, and in general in this sport. So good to see from Bialetti. He does like that foot hit, it seems. I haven't seen much of his fencing, but he's very much...
Way-ho! Charlie Bialetti not messing around in this final.
No, and this is the tactic I think we're going to see. The New Zealanders are going to wait till the English get a little bit too close or mess up in their distance, and they're just going to look to punish those mistakes. So we're looking for England. England are looking to set these hits up, and New Zealand are very much trying to work off any kind of mistakes.
We've been absolutely spoiled with the épée all championships. The individuals, the teams, the seniors, the juniors. Every match has been just thrilling, and we're really hoping... Oh! Through the legs, and he misses. Charles Bialetti. He likes being on the centre stage.
Yeah, but this is exactly what he's got to do. And again, Gilles slightly... That time hadn't quite got into distance, so attacking from a little bit too far away. He's got to really try and set up this distance. Maybe look for a little bit more second intention, which means sort of feinting first and drawing a reaction and then working off the reaction. That's a lot better. So there was this little hop into distance, and as Bialetti kind of tried to react to that, Gilles was then within distance, was able to score and actually blocked out Bialetti's sword. But it was more the change in distance and timing which made that hit possible.
James Gilles just maybe starting to settle down into this rhythm at 3-all. 10 seconds remaining in this first period.
I think we'll see them both sort of back off unless one of the fencers makes a big mistake.
Oh!
Well, there you go. Commentator's curse. I think Bialetti maybe thought Gilles would just back off, and Gilles jumped in. But again, the difference there was attacking from the right distance.
So then, 4-3. Said for New Zealand, they're going to want to keep it close. They're going to want to scrap. So far, that is exactly what we've seen. And Cooper Gouget of New Zealand hangs on to the individual gold medal. Charles Bialetti of New Zealand hands on to Cooper Gouget. James Gilles hands on to the individual gold medalist Alec Brook.
Yeah, and this is, although it's really early in the bout, this is a really crucial fight. If Alec Brook really gets his fencing going here and is able to open up the score, this England team are a really hard team to chase against. I think as soon as they get sort of a 5-6 point lead, you're really struggling because they have a very, very good technical ability to pick off mistakes, and it's sometimes quite hard to chase an épée. So this is, although it's very, very early, this is quite a crucial fight. Gouget has to try and stay with Alec here. And there's a slight technical issue. I think the the wire which makes the piste not work. So if you hit the piste, it shouldn't work. The light shouldn't come on. But the wire had just come unclipped, so they had to clip that back on. That should be sorted, so we should be on our way.
Okay, here we go. Second period, 4-3, this lead. Cooper Gouget, we've not seen a great deal of him on the live stream. We didn't see him too much in the individual. Alec Brook, we know a lot about him. And exactly as you said, Mike, the press is on from Brook.
Yeah, Brook is going to look to stamp his authority on the fight. So we're already seeing pushing down the piece, waiting for that opportunity. Brook is a very, very technically accomplished fencer. He can go direct, but also work second intention, so create the opportunity. At the moment, he's sort of stepping into distance and waiting for second. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go direct here, because there's not a lot of reaction coming.
Cooper Gouget on the back line, distance close, jumps at the opportunity. Alec Brook doubles out.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's obviously looking at the moment. He's pushing and waiting to see what the response from his opponent is going to be. And then on that, he can decide whether I'm going to go direct or I'm going to wait for the reaction and attempt to work off it. And it's very similar here. Immediately pushing, looking for that right distance and timing to go direct. Or waiting for the mistake and to stop it.
Gouget pinned to the back line. He's off.
And he's off.
Alec Brook is just piling on the pressure.
Yeah, Gouget has to try and take a bit more control. Although his job isn't to go chasing for hits here, what we used to say in France, we just sort of fake pressing. Trying to sort of. Whoa! Oh, that is a lovely hit.
Hello.
He can't just let Alec Brook dominate. If Alec Brook dominates, he's too strong a fencer, and he's just going to run away with it. He'll take more hits than he'll give away. So you have to try and disrupt the rhythm, which is what he's trying to do now. You can see he's hopping back, hopping forwards, much more active. That's a lot better. I think he's going to probably aim to do something, another attack or something, as Alec jumps in maybe. Alec's going to be wary of that. And there it is.
Beautiful from Alec Brook, composed as you like. The flesh was fast from Gouget. Brook did not look phased.
No, and it's all about who's setting that hit up at the right distance. If Brook jumps a little bit too far forward, then that flesh can hit. But as long as he's waiting for that reaction and then getting the parry, very nice hit. And I think we're seeing something similar again. Gouget being a little bit too passive. He's just going backwards too easily, and then once you're back in your last sort of couple of meters, you just run out of slightly options. And that was the opposite from Brook this time. No reaction, so you could then go direct.
Gouget just ceding ground, dropping back in the face of the Brook press. Looks like he's set up camp a little bit on his warning line maybe here. Gouget roars to the bench.
Yeah, that was a slight tactical error from Brook. He just got a little bit too close, got too close into distance. And nicely picked off from Gouget. But again, we're seeing this this same rhythm. Now, if Gouget can somehow hold this to two hits, he's not done a bad job. If Brook can score the last 2 hits and open up a 4-point lead, then that's telling.
Oh, Gouget in close. Remises past, holds strong with the parry.
And that's what we were talking about at the start of the fight. If it gets a bit scrappy and New Zealand can score a couple of those sort of remises, which means they've missed their first one, but scoring with a second action, that's how they can sort of stay close to England. So Gouget's done a good job here. He's picked up a couple of hits now and brought it back close. There was real danger that Brook could run away with it, but he hasn't done so. So well done, Gouget. Brook now being a little bit more passive, maybe a bit wary of those hits. I don't think he needs to be. I think he needs to trust his fencing, but I'm clearly happy for it to just stay a close match at the moment.
Until our last sort of 10 seconds or so of this leg. 1 hit was the gap coming into it. This is where we find ourselves. Will Brook look for one more in the final 5?
I don't think he's going to force it, but if it opens, he will go for it. Whoa!
Whoa!
And I think had he believed in it, he might have got that one. So that's a really good leg for New Zealand. Although they're still behind, the manner of that leg and also the disrupting of Brooke's distance towards the end, and Brooke not quite looking as confident because he got those 2 hits against him.
So 4 apiece in that leg. No change in the lead. 8-7 England lead. Joe Walmsley on for England. Tom Saran on for New Zealand. And New Zealand trailing by 1, but they've had a good opening 2 legs.
They have, and it's worth remembering that England are also strong favourites, really. And the longer this match stays close, the more nervous England get. And it's difficult when you're fencing épée and you want to kind of push. If you're not sort of fully trusting and you slightly hold back, then that is a sort of big disadvantage. You have to really just trust that your attack's going to land. If you want to go for it, you have to go for it. But if you're slightly fearful because it's close and, you know, if you got hit, then maybe it brings back level, then you're actually more likely to make that mistake. So this is very cagey so far, first 20 seconds or so of this fight. Both fencers just feeling each other out. No one's really looked to create anything yet.
So as we pass the 30-second mark, we get into that final half of this minute. A P yellow if we go for another 20 seconds without a touch. Is that something that we think New Zealand might be looking to avoid? Would that then start to limit their options later in the fight? Yeah,
I think especially because of the matchup, where perhaps this is the third England fencer, New Zealand will be looking to avoid that. I think if it had been in the previous fight, they wouldn't have minded quite so much. Obviously, if you get 1 P yellow, then that's valid for the entire bout. So if it happens again, then you lose a touch. So, but being realistic, if you are aggressive on an épée, it shouldn't be a problem to have a hit within a minute. So even if you're on a P yellow, if you're confident in your tactics and your ability to get a hit, no real big deal. It's very hard to fence 4P red, I think. So New Zealand being a lot more pressing and a little bit unlucky there.
Tom Saran gets the attack that he wants from Walmsley. Walmsley launching his attack maybe from a bit out of distance. Saran gets it. Unable to land with the riposte. He sent the referee to video. Do you think that maybe Walmsley hit himself?
No, I think he thinks he turned before the hit. I think he thinks he presented the back of his head. Without watching the replay, it's hard to tell. I don't think it's a problem. But that was good from Saran. It was very, very good distance. He drew the attack. He got the parry. Just missed with the riposte. But he's got to keep trusting his fencing and keep trusting those kind of actions. And it's the same thing here. He's looking for a second intention. So he's pushing into distance, trying to draw an attack from the England fencer, and he's going to look to parry or counter-attack that attack from the England fencer.
Joe Walmsley, we've seen a couple of different attacks. One was quite a developed sort of lunging attack with a feint. The other one more direct with the flash.
Yeah, and those are his 2 options here. He can go direct if he feels that Saran's made a mistake in distance, or if it's at a different distance, he can try and take the blade and hit.
Double out. 3 the lead.
Saran will want to get 1 or 2 hits back, I imagine. He's fencing nicely with his setting up of distance, but just not quite executing. So again, on that last hit, he actually drew the attack probably when he wanted it, but got a double rather than he could have just got a single light with a slightly more punchy counter-attack. And again, you see that same slow press. And this is a real press. He's looking to draw reaction. Be interesting to see if he just goes a slightly bigger step and he doesn't get that reaction, whether he goes and attacks himself. Will he trust it? He looks slightly hesitant to attack at the moment.
Walmsley happy sitting back at this point. He's gained a 3-hit lead. Possibly feels like he's maybe done his job for the team, and he's in. The lead out to 4. Saran maybe caught flat-footed.
Yeah, he just got in a bit too deep. He's got to chase a little bit, but he's got to keep trusting himself to get it out the right distance. Got a bit too deep. Walmsley went. Nice hit from Walmsley. I don't think we'll see Walmsley do anything different here. He's just looking for a mistake. So the only thing that he'll do is if Saran gets too deep, he'll attack. I also think Saran probably feels this fight isn't going his way.
Final 10 seconds. The distance wide now. You think maybe Sarin quite content to sort of leave this where it was. Wormsley probably will feel that he's done his job for the team. He's taken a one-hit lead, and he will hand back over to James Gill.
And that's the slight danger when you start pushing. If you get a little bit too close, or these are risky hits when you're looking to really press. You have to get your timing completely right. And there were just a couple of times there Sarin wasn't far away, and then one where he made a mistake. 4-hit lead. New Zealand have to not panic. They have to not go chasing. They have to just keep. There's still 6 bouts to go, so this is not a big lead. Even in épée, and you just aim to sort of get 1 or 2 hits back. Take that sort of the full time to really prepare.
Meanwhile, on the blue and red piece, if you would like to watch the action there are quarter-finals in the veteran women's sabre taking place. Looks like Waller of Wales taking on Donaldson of Northern Ireland, and then also Emerse Heath of England taking on Yano of Canada. Meanwhile, we will remain here on the finals piece for the final of the junior men's team épée. New Zealand on our left, trail by 4 to England on our right. So Gill back on. Cagey start in his first leg against Bialetti. We saw him look to press, but here he's just dropped straight away.
And this is interesting. England clearly think that it's in their interest now to make New Zealand chase. I don't think it's in New Zealand's interest to necessarily chase, but they have to try and set up hits. Obviously, if now they don't score, then these sort of passivity cards come into play. So New Zealand happy in the first sort of third of the fight, mainly sitting back and trying to work off England, and now the walls have to be reversed. Gouget has to...
I guess do that. We talked about Scrappy. Gouget threw on the second or third remise to score.
In France, we call that une touche de raccro, which means a sort of you're grabbing a hit somewhere. Interesting that Gill's come out and decided actually his best interest is to do his natural game, which is probably a bit more pressing after the hit. I think he's right. I think just because you're in the lead, sometimes you see in épée, teams get in the lead and get quite passive. But actually, if your game is to go forwards, then you should still do that. And if you see the top épéists in the world, if they open up leads, but they carry on pushing. Why wouldn't you? If you think you're a better fencer going forward and a better fencer than your opponent, okay, you might get hit a few times, but maybe you score more hits. And this is a little bit like the first fight now. Gilles sort of pressing, but not aggressively. It's a sort of passive press.
And Gouget picks his moment, backs himself on the attack. Dynamic from the New Zealand fencer. He did it against Alec Brooke, and he's looking to do it again against James Gill.
Yeah, and that's the slight danger with what I'd say is a false rhythm, which is there's no real rhythm to this fight. It's all quite passive. Now Gilles being a little bit more active in his rhythm, and that makes a difference. If you sort of fall into a trap of just kind of hopping around without real intent, then suddenly the other person goes, and it's hard to do anything. It was better from Gilles, much more active, but well done. Gouget managed to sort of save a double there.
Gouget flamboyant with the épée. He waits. Whoa. Goading Gilles into attacking.
Yeah, he is, and this is the sort of right tactics from his perspective. He really doesn't want Gilles to be able to impose Gilles' rhythm, and so far in this fight, Gilles hasn't been able to. And again, this is a slightly false rhythm. It's a dangerous rhythm. Now, I don't think Gouget's going to be a little bit more careful with when he goes, because Gilles will be expecting it. But he's still got to make sure, Gilles, that if he's going to fence on the front foot, he properly fences on the front foot. This is a bit better now. Gouget very much just looking forward opening and actually missing there with the counter attack, and Gilles landing the attack.
16-13 then. 4 touches for Gilles. 5 for Gouget.
Yeah, this has been a good leg from New Zealand. And we might... Gilles doesn't look 100% confident that he's got the solution here. So although he landed the last touch, and now he's pressing again. This is better from Gilles. He's got Gouget onto his back, into his warning zone.
What are we going to see from Gouget here? In the final 2 meters. Gilles through. Gouget has sent this to video. He thinks that's somewhere that was not his leg.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell from up here.
Having a proper look, where could that have been?
Could easily have been off on the side of the piste. Hard to tell from that replay. David Baker on video, one of the most experienced épée in the world, and the hit stance. So that's a good job from Gilles, because Gouget had drawn it back to within 2 touches, and now it's back to 4 touches, which is where the fight started. I don't think we'll see anything else the rest of this fight.
So then, 5 apiece in that leg. Walmsley got who broke open the lead initially for England. He is back on, and he is back on against Bialetti of New Zealand. Will we see from the Kiwi finisher? Are we going to see an expansive game? We saw some really flamboyant touches in that first leg against Gilles, and these next 2 legs are going to be really fascinating, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is a danger leg for both teams, actually. But it's a danger leg for New Zealand. Walmsley, in his previous fight, opened up that lead by working off his opponent's mistakes. And Bialetti is going to have to try and find some way of constructing his hits, because I don't think Walmsley is going to give him very much to work off. I think Walmsley is going to look to sit back and let Bialetti do the work, but look to pick off the mistakes. So far, we haven't really seen New Zealand manage to establish that sort of pressing distance which they want. Savin had a go in his previous fight, and in the end Walmsley picked off his mistakes and I think got an indicator of +3 on that fight. I think we're going to see a similar pattern here, but Bialetti is going to have to try and establish himself at the right distance and timing.
So the press has begun from Bialetti. Oh, and he draws in, misses with the riposte. Walmsley scores. Immediately sent to video.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to change, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's something I missed. Bialetti clearly thinks there was something. And hit stance. Yeah, he's got to just be a little bit careful that he doesn't jump in too close. Walmsley quite good at close distance. We saw that in the first fight. Doesn't seem to, if he gets parried, he's still capable of angulating and getting those remises. So you've got to make sure you're giving yourself enough distance to land the riposte. But it's hard because obviously if you don't get within distance, then there's no reason Walmsley not going to give you anything to work off. So this is the pattern I was sort of expecting. Bialetti has to find a way here of drawing the reaction at the distance he wants to, or getting within distance and going direct, which might be his best option. Walmsley is being very, very disciplined. He's only ever going when he feels the opponent's got within distance. So far, very rarely got it wrong.
Bialetti then feels his moment, launches. Walmsley alive to it, lands the counter-attack for a double.
Yeah, and that probably was what he had to do, but it didn't quite go direct enough. There was a sort of 2 actions there which allowed Walmsley to, what would say, is save a double, which means you're not really, you're kind of behind in the fencing action. Your opponent's really got the right initiative, but you're able to score a double because they make a small technical error. So similar pattern.
Bialetti dynamic with the change, opening it out, closing it in, takes the parry and scores.
Yeah, and that's the first mistake really, Walmsley attacking when he wasn't quite within distance. So far, and you can tell him, telling him to his box, yes, I know, that was my mistake. So far, he's been very, very disciplined.
Oh! Bialetti catches the blade over to the shoulder.
And that's what often happens. If you make a mistake, the next time you're a little bit more hesitant, and this gives your opponent another chance. So that's interesting now. Wormsley has to just, if he's going to go, he has to go for it. And that time he was sort of a little bit hesitant because he'd been caught on the previous one. I think we'll probably see a big attack from Bialetti somewhere in this action.
There's the attack. Wormsley holds his discipline, able to score.
Yeah, probably just a little bit too early and without quite enough preparation before he went slightly out of distance. Fairly easy power riposte. But Wormsley is fencing, doing a very, very good job for England in these two bouts. When you're the sort of third fencer on the team, sometimes just holding that score, or in the first bout he actually improved it. That's kind of your job. If you can hold your opponent's strong fencers with your slightly weaker fencer, then you're in a good shape.
Bialetti draws the counter-attack, scores with the power riposte. Final 36 seconds of this, the fifth matchup.
Yeah, and Bialetti's down, brought one hit back, so he started 4 points behind. He's now 3 points behind. At one point it was 5 points, so he's done a decent job here.
Ooh. Launches the attack, does Bialetti. The double it ends up.
I think Bialetti might think that's enough. There's not very long to go. Wormsley isn't really going to make a mistake. 20 seconds it was, but it's not a huge amount of time to really construct an aggressive touch in épée. It is time, but you have to be really aggressive, and I don't think at this point he needed to.
So 5-4, Bialetti just reduces the arrears by 1. Brings New Zealand and keeping the score close, keeps New Zealand in touch in this match. Now, Tom Sarin gave up 4 hits against Joe Wormsley. He is back on for his second, and he will be facing England's finisher, individual gold medalist Alec Brooke.
Yeah, and this is an interesting matchup. In his first bout, Sarin really tried to push and tried to press, and he got a lot right, but then he made a few mistakes, and Wormsley was very good at picking off mistakes. Alec Brooke will fence this completely differently than Wormsley did. So I'm interested to see what happens. I'm interested to see what Alec Brooke's tactics are here. He's probably still the technically more accomplished fencer, but he might feel that with a 3-point cushion, he can afford to sit back and wait on mistakes. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Meanwhile, on blue and red, the veteran men's épée semi-finals are out. You can follow them if you want to go and catch those matches. They are on blue and red. That is Greg Allen against Chris Hauser on red, and Alexander Ellison of England against Mark Samuel of Canada on blue. You can follow them live, but we will be staying here with the junior men's épée final here on the finals piste.
New Zealand have done a good job so far. They haven't let this score get away. A 3-point game is really nothing with still 4 bouts to go. 5 or 6 points will be very different. They'd have to really try and push to get the hits. So they shouldn't be afraid of being aggressive, but without feeling that they have to sort of throw caution to the wind. They can just try and establish their fencing. Even if they get hit once or twice, no biggie. We're just waiting now whilst they announce the fencers in the men's épée semi-finals, in the veteran semi-finals of the individuals. So that's why there's a little bit of a pause.
So our eyes initially are going to be on Brooke. How is he going to play this with this 3-hit lead? Are we going to see him sitting back, inviting the mistakes from Sarin, or are we going to see him backing himself, getting on the front foot and pressing? Finished our introductions for the veteran men's épée semi-finalists, so we are back underway here.
Spectator trying to wander across the piece there, but thankfully we stopped that little problem. So far this is...
Whoa! Tom Sarin jumps. Thinks he's got his moment. Alec Brook ready with the riposte.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tactical error from Sarin. There was no real distance or reason or timing to go for that hit. Alec was actually, although he's moved slightly further forward, as being quite passive in a way in that he is just at the moment waiting, but I think he'll change.
Skipping down to the foot and then bouncing away.
Sarin looks quite hesitant to me at the moment. Doesn't really look like he knows how he's going to stall this hit. Just relying on either Brook getting too close or throwing an attack out there.
And it's Brook who skips in to distance and scores.
Yeah, Brook is really controlling the pace of this bout. So it's a very sort of slow pace, but then exploding into action. And that's really suited him on those first two hits. Sarin has to be more active here. He can't afford to just let Brook set up that distance. And that's what he's trying.
And this time, again over the top with is Brook.
And that's the problem. When you let your opponent really set their rhythm up, and then you have to try and be disruptive, it's a lot harder because as soon as you make a tiny mistake in distance, your opponent is feeling comfortable. And that's what happened there. A 6-point lead is now quite a large gap.
Crucial leg this for New Zealand. They cannot let Brook get into his rhythm and pull England away out of sight.
And Brook's sensing it. He's sensing blood. He knows Sarin's not comfortable. Sarin hasn't really found the solution. Gets one back there. But again, that was more Brook missing than Sarin's action. So Brook got Sarin to go for him from the right distance, and I think just his counter-attack landed on the guard or bounced off.
So 3 points so far Brook has scored in this leg. 1 point scored by Sarin. 5 hits the gap. What can Sarin do to try and bring this back, or at the very least not hemorrhage?
He's got to try and dominate the distance, but it's difficult because Brook is very good, and Brook is very comfortable now. He's found his rhythm, he's found his distance. Sarin's got to try and be more disruptive, just not let Brook kind of set up shop. But it's really difficult when your opponent's pressing to not go backwards, and then as soon as you take a step back, your opponent take a half step forward, and suddenly you've gone backwards a little bit further. That's what we're seeing. And Brook going direct. This is very good fencing.
As you said, Alec Brook just maybe smelling blood here in this 6th leg.
And that's an example. He went slightly into distance, no reaction from Sarin, was able to just go direct.
Sarin not really giving Brook any problems to worry about, not really showing any kind of threat of an attack.
Yeah, this time he goes for it, but with no preparation. And it's a sort of almost a Hail Mary. This might well be the fight which breaks this bout open. New Zealand are going to have to chase now. And Alec's not finished yet. He's obviously going to look to score, I think, probably one more. And maybe one more even still now. Although it's 20 seconds on the clock, the way he's fencing, and so confidently, he'll probably look again to try and push.
He's immediately onto the front foot. 15 seconds remaining.
So he won't force the issue here, but if he senses an opportunity, he will go.
5 seconds. There's the touch for Brook.
Yeah, Sarin needed to be more patient there. He just in the way this battle has gone, he was never going to. And Brook is still sensing, if I get another chance, I think he might go.
Oh.
Yeah, he did. Sometimes you sense, even if you're behind, if you sense the fight's just not going your way and you don't have the solutions, you just have to wait it out. Hope for a mistake because your opponent gets greedy. So slight mistake there from Sarin, gave one more hit up. 8-point lead. It's not over, but I think New Zealand are going to struggle, particularly now it's Wormsley, and Wormsley is very happy sitting back and waiting for your mistakes. This is one of these bouts. New Zealand have to find a way here of constructing hits quickly, but without taking too many risks.
And just while that takes place, it looks like we've had a substitution down on the New Zealand bench. Ryan Stewart will be coming on, I imagine, for Tom Saran in the 8th leg. Cooper Gauger then on for New Zealand, and Joseph Wormsley on for England for their final matchups. And Gauger, maybe if anyone on this New Zealand team can really start to eat into this deficit. Gauger has looked explosive, and he's looked dynamic in his fencing.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I think he's scored a lot of hits in his first 2 fights. I think he scored 4 hits and 5 hits. He's conceded the same amount of hits, but he's been fencing very good fences. He needs to sort of just not worry even too much if he gets hit. It's kind of one where you have to sort of forget the times you get hit and worry about just hitting as much as you can. And that might sound a silly thing to say, but sometimes you're sort of, well, if I get hit, but you're 8 points down, you have to score touches now. Wormsley is doing exactly what I thought. He's just going to sit back, wait for mistakes.
Gauger then has to do all of the work here, and you can see him skipping into distance. When's he going to pick his moment to go?
Yeah, Gauger for me has to take a few more risks. This is a very passive rhythm. 40 seconds gone, and he hasn't really tried to establish anything. Wormsley's very happy, he doesn't have anything he needs to do. You have to take a risk and get within distance. That hit won't be rewarded. So Gauger was attacking, and he got parried and ran into Wormsley to avoid being hit. So that's the reason for the yellow card comes out. If he does a similar offence, then it will be hit for his opponent.
So back underway, and Gauger pressing, looking to set something up. Wormsley so disciplined. Compact shape, not giving anything away. Gauger down to the foot, misses. Furious with himself. That was his moment.
Yeah, that was nicely set up. He sort of allowed that kind of slight false rhythm, and that again, so slightly what he's doing now, Gauger, it's interesting. He's relying on a sort of false rhythm and then an explosive.
Joe Wormsley is sent referee.
He says he left the
video.
piece, but well, maybe I missed it live.
He definitely did not, looking at the video. Gauger firmly planted on the piste at all times when he launched that attack.
So that was interesting. He's almost kind of trying to lull Wormsley into a false sense of security in a way. You know, I'm not doing anything, and then bang. But I don't think you can rely on that twice. Because your opponent's going to be ready. So you have to find something different this time. And he's going for sort of giving big openings and big movements. He's basically trying to provoke some kind of reaction. But Wormsley's being, and that was unlucky.
And Wormsley, we said it earlier, he's so good when the distance collapses. He keeps his point on target and scores.
Yeah, he's very disciplined. So Gauger there spent most of that hit trying to just get some kind of reaction, and Wormsley is clearly, his tactic is to offer nothing. And so Gauger said, well, I'm going to go anyway, but just missed the forearm with his lunge. And then it's game over. Wormsley is too good a fencer to miss those opportunities. I'd still like to see more rhythm from Gauger. I still think this is very much just relying on a sort of, I guess what I'd say is a Hail Mary hit, which is I'm just going to go.
And this time the distance collapses, and it's only going to favour one person.
Interesting that Gauger, who fences with what we call a French grip, but it just means a straight grip. Usually you hold that right at the end of the grip. He's now holding it closer, so he's obviously going to look for blade action. Sometimes if you hold these French grips really on the end, which to give you the longest reach possible, but then it's harder to control the blade or take parries, so I think he's going to look for some blade action. But Wormsley is so disciplined, I don't think he's going to give him any blade action to go on, to be honest. Whoop. And fences come together. Wormsley has done a tremendous job for England in this whole fight. He's been very, very disciplined, done his job perfectly. New Zealand just haven't managed to sort of establish any kind of dominant distance or timing against him. and have sort of just relied on throwing an attack out there like that. I think we'll probably see one more attempt from Gauger in the last 8 seconds here.
3 seconds remaining. Gauger, well, a second. Oh, in the last second, Gauger cannot resist.
It's difficult for New Zealand now. I think he kind of has to, and they have to go for it. But it's one where, you know, you're fencing such a technically accomplished team. Hard to see a way back now. 10 hits, two fights. There are some fencers in the world who could do this, but unfortunately I don't think they're of the right nationality.
Okay, so reserve Ryan Stewart on for the 8th leg. His job is very, very simple. He needs to score hits. Can he bring New Zealand back into this final somehow? He finds some magic, finds some inspiration like Bialetti was able to find in the semi-final.
Yeah, it's almost one now where you now is the time you can just throw caution to the wind and you sort of just go for it. And but you go for it in a way where you're just hoping that England may miss their opportunities almost. So you just put the pressure on, give them the opportunity and hope that you can take it. 10 hits in 2 fights is very, very hard to make up if you're going to just construct all the touches individually. So now's the time you sort of almost have to do a little bit of poker and just go for it and hope for the best.
New Zealand then, all in the 8th and 9th. A lot of hits to play with, though.
There are plenty of hits to play with and nothing to lose if you're New Zealand. You know, whether you lose 45-25 or 38-29 makes no difference. You've lost. So nothing to lose, but you've got to really just go for it. Maybe the reserve sometimes can make a difference as well. Fencers haven't necessarily seen him fence today or haven't seen him fence the previous 2 bouts, or he might be, well, this is my chance. But so far, a little bit passive from Stewart, and I don't think this is the way where you're going to make up 10 hits.
James Gill just holding steady, holding disciplined, Walmsley-esque.
Gill's in a very good position because even if he gets hit now, it's no big deal. It's still +9. Jumps in, finds the opportunity, but that Stewart has to take risks and step into distance and work off something.
Oh, the moment gone, Ryan Stewart.
Yeah, Gill was kind of hoping Stewart wouldn't expect him to attack straight away. Stewart did take the parry, but Gill managed to evade the riposte by kind of running away from it.
All right, Stewart forced to try and create something.
He does, but if you attack from that far away, it's just not going to work. He has to take the risk by getting into distance before he can attack. And if he's hit on the way in, then so be it. Gill will be looking for it, so he's got to obviously look to. If Gill goes, then he can parry or something. But you've just got to get into distance, otherwise you're not going to get those hits.
Stewart closer now.
This is better.
He collects the blade, but it's a big parry from Ryan Stewart. Gill has all the time in the world to replace the point.
And that's the problem when you're within distance, and if you're not technically that accomplished, then it becomes hard.
And again, it's that big parry from Stewart. He gets it, but as Gill's in, he scores again.
Yeah, Gill's got a really nice angulating on his remise, which means just basically pot your sword so it's back on target and keep going. And maybe you have to take less blade and do more direct, but it's very difficult because you have to take risks, and when you're taking risks without sort of really constructing it, then it's harder. I think he went off.
He is Ryan Stewart off the back. He needed to press, but he's off his own back line. James Gill.
England sensing blood here. I think this fight will probably end up going to 45 quite comfortably.
Gill in. He takes the blade. It closes the distance. Geel on the press. Stewart, he needs to score, but he's the one defending, and James Geel picks him off.
Yeah, it's very hard for Stewart. I think looking at him fence as well, he's not necessarily an attacking fencer by nature. That's Geel tried that earlier, and this time it worked. Sometimes, you know, if epeists almost always, you know, sort of take a step forward off the line, and sometimes you can catch them out. Probably wouldn't try that at any other time in the match, but so Geel closes it out. And England have done a really good job. They are the technically most accomplished team. They're fencing like it. They've got their tactics right. And the fight which really broke it out was Alex's second bout, where it went from 21-18, I think, to 28-20. But also, all three fencers have completely done their job. Wormsley is the sort of third man, if you like. His discipline has been outstanding. And then they've relied on the greater technical accomplishments of Brooke and Geel to sort of open that lead up and really go for it. New Zealand gave it a good go early on, but there's no real way back here, to be honest.
Geel 9-1 in that leg, and the one was a double. As you said, in that last minute, Geel just smelled blood and went for it, backing himself to find the target, driving Stewart back, and he's handed over an 18-point lead to Alec Brooke. Charlie Bialetti, there was heroics from him in the semi-final to get New Zealand through against Australia. It is going to need to take something really, truly phenomenal right now.
Yeah, I usually say I've seen stranger things happen. I'm not convinced I've seen a stranger thing happen on a fencing piece than if Bialetti was to do this. To be a sort of football equivalent of being 3-0 down in injury time and somehow bringing it back.
Here we go then.
I think Alec is going to go for it. I think he's confident, he knows he's fencing well, and he'll want to finish with some nice hits here. He won't want to just kind of scrap his way to 45 and kind of let Bialetti dominate. So I think we'll see Brooke just fencing as if the score was almost 0-0 and just setting it up, but with a little bit more freedom, obviously, because he knows if he gets hit once or twice, it's not going to make any difference.
You can see there the flicks from Brooke.
Brooke starting on a yellow card as well, because I think he first presented himself with an epee which wasn't fully functional. And that's the 41st touch. Bialetti going for the spectacular, but Brooke just catching him on the way in.
There's Brooke off the line. Bialetti, maybe not surprising, wanting a second after that, because Brooke gave him no time to breathe.
Yeah, one thing England have done throughout this fight is, even if they've been in the lead, they've still carried on doing their fencing and trying to impose their rhythm. And that was true even early on, although it cost them a couple of hits. It came from a sort of real position of confidence, which is, well, if we all fence to our utmost ability and keep just fencing the way we want this fight to be fenced, then we reckon over the course of the match we'll get more hits than we'll be hit. So that's a really good mentality from the English team. Sometimes when you watch epee, sometimes in this country, you see people being a little bit too passive when they get ahead and just sort of almost, well, I'm 1 or 2 hits in the lead, and then it becomes a little bit of a lottery. I always think if you're the stronger fencer, then it's in your interest to go to 45 or 15 in an individual bout, because ultimately, yeah, you might get hit more times, but you're more likely to hit more times.
And Alec Brooke, the clash of guards, and he's the first to respond. Within 2 now.
It's quite exciting times, I think, for English and British epee. This has been a really dominating performance throughout the day. I mean, the closest fight, I think, is 45-31. And their opponents aren't, these aren't bad opponents. That's a lovely hit.
Lovely hit as Brooke looks to flick to chest. Hit on preparation to foot.
That's one for the cameras.
Brooke, though, within one, and there he lands. 45-25. Alec Brooke guides England home. Alec Brooke adds team gold medal to his individual gold medal. His teammates join him on the podium to celebrate. New Zealand, heroic performance in the semi-final to make their way here. But in the end, the English team just had too much. And as you say, they backed themselves to come out on top and ran away with it in the second half of this match.
Yeah, it was really, really good to see some, attacking FA fencing coming out on top. Some really technically gifted fencers, and it'll be exciting to see what they do as they come through the ranks and go into the seniors. I think it's probably the most exciting group of young British FA fencers I've certainly ever seen in my 6 or 7 years here. So really exciting times, and well fenced England, dominating performance.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mike. We may see you again later, but for now we are going to go immediately to the red piste for the semi-finals of the veteran women's sabre, and talented jack of all trades that he is, Mike Selig, is going to stick with us for this one.
Yeah, so we're now back into sabre, and we're at the semi-final stage. The red piste should be a good fight. I've seen both fencers fence today. Jane Hutchison from England. She's quite a dominant veteran fencer. She's very active in the middle. Has many different actions, and she's going to fence Wendy Yano of Canada, and she's also absolutely been dominating in her fights so far. No opponent has got more than, I think, maybe 3 hits off her in the direct elimination fight. So this will be an interesting semi-final. 2 quite dynamic, active fencers. I look forward to it.
Meanwhile, on blue, also being introduced, the other semi-final, England's Lucy Wright, top seed out of the pools. She will take on Northern Ireland's Naomi Donaldson in the other semi-final, but we will be staying here on red. The 2 really dominant fencers early on. We haven't seen a great deal of the veteran women's sabre so far. They spent a lot of time in the other hall where we've not been streaming, but they were here for the last 8 onwards, and now we are into sort of the business end of that competition.
Yeah, I've watched a little bit because I had to go and referee some earlier. Jane Hutchison had a very impressive quarterfinal win. She was fencing Zhang, I think, of Singapore. And I'd seen a bit of Zhang from earlier, and she looked really dominant in her earlier fights, and very aggressive and fast fencer. So for Jane Hutchison to beat her, I think it was 10-5, which is quite a dominant performance. So she must be fencing very well. Jana came out of her pool seeded second, so obviously had a very good day so far, but I haven't seen her fence too much, the Canadian on the left. So this will be interesting. Jane Hutchinson often looking for a kind of attack and preparation, so looking to for your opponent to make a mistake and try and hit you at the wrong distance and time, or she's also very good at making an attack miss, so she's got those 2 very strong starts. It'll be interesting to see who sets up their preparation and manages to dominate the kind of middle of the piste, which is so important in sabre.
And remember, veteran fencing, so this is for the sabre, they will be first to 10, break at 5, slightly shorter matches than what we see through in the senior, junior or cadet Ds, and it does mean that if someone gets onto a roll, it can be that much more difficult to work out what they're doing. There's the attempted attack on preparation from Jane. Yano building patiently now.
Yeah, and that was a really nice start from Yano, but she was unable to land the attack. The thing with fencing to 10 is it goes quite quickly. When you fence to 15, you go 3 hits down, and it's steel and saber, not really a big deal. You can always get back. When you're fencing to 10, if you go 3 or 4 hits down, then very different. Oh,
Was that a little bit of a run then from Yano? Did she cross her feet? Referee Duvis would like a look. It was indeed. Yellow card. I guess the key question will be, at what point did she cross?
I think it's during the last action, so it'll be point as well to Jane. So very strong start from Jane. Yano's still well in this, her preparation working well. And this time Jane just a little bit too late to trying to go for the preparation. So Yano had already started her attack.
Lovely parry riposte from Yano, finding her distance and her timing to draw the attack on preparation.
Yeah, and although Yano's behind, it feels now like she's found her timing in the middle, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this poor turn around quite quickly. Jane's going to have to change her preparation.
And this time, consolidating, making the most of her attack as well, finishing low.
Jane is going to have to change what she's doing in the middle. If she carries on fencing the same way, Yano could run away with this.
Is the reprise from the left? It is. 4-3, she leads. And at the minute break, we will look to leave this match because it will be time for the junior women's foil final, which will be taking place on the podium piste.
I think Jane just asked for one of the worst video calls I've seen today, and that's saying something. That was a very, very clear reprise from the left. But Jane did change her preparation there. She just held that attack a little bit longer, and although Yano tried to jump out, she was able to land. So that was a good change from Jane. And that's a lovely attack. So that hit was constructed by the previous hit as well. So 2 changes in preparation, and that's what allows her to go ahead at the minute break there.
Minute break. We're going to jump, however, to the junior women's foil final, currently taking place on the podium piste, or about to take place on the podium piste. Sorry, the fence is just being presented to the audience. It is England on our right, Australia on our left.
Okay.
Right then, junior women's foil final. We'll keep you abreast of what happens in the in the veteran women's sabre. Hutchison leads Yano 5-4 on red. On blue, Donaldson of Northern Ireland leads Wright 5-3. But we will be focusing here. We'll rejoin the veteran women's sabre sabreurs in the final. Coming into this match, you feel that England, probably the favourites, gold, silver and bronze in the junior individual, and Georgia Silk 5th after she ran into her teammate Amelie Zhang in the quarterfinals. So England only beaten by England in this team, and it does mean that you would expect this England team to start off really as the favourites.
Yes, I think England are heavy favourites. They've dominated as well. I think they won to 20-something against Scotland in the semi-final. Sometimes though, fencing to 5 is very different from fencing to 15. You know, you're the kind of fencer who really likes to establish and sort of change how you're doing things and go differently. Sometimes if your opponent just brings a bit more intensity in a fight to 5, they can overrun a more technically gifted opponent. The Australian fencing now, the lead Australian fencer, she actually crashed out injured in the individual.
She did, didn't she?
I've seen her today. She's been really intense. Very, very strong fencer. Looks to really dominate kind of and force the issue. And there's a lovely power post from Tegan Williams Stewart to open up the hit.
We've seen
slight naivety there from the Australian to just continue once Tegan had taken the blade.
William Stewart we have seen a lot of over the last 10 days. Individual senior silver medalist, team gold medalist, and here she is taking the blade, patient in the build-up.
Yeah, and also, although I said the Australian fencer has to be intense and dominant, you've also got to be a little bit more patient. That's 2 hits where her opponent has established priority and she's sort of just gone and I guess hoped for a miss or maybe thought she had priority, but she didn't. Both times Tegan taking the blade and then being able to land the hit because her Australian wasn't really looking to make a miss.
Collects the blade, does William Stewart, but Muralidharan on the press. And William Stewart collects the blade, and she's been so good at it. She is so difficult to attack.
Yeah, she's got a very, very strong power post. The Australian's got to just be a lot more patient with those attacks. If you rush at Tegan, she's going to... And there's another one.
And this is the danger with William Stewart. We saw it all the way through this week. She can take the blade really early, or she can take the blade really late. And it just makes it so difficult to thread through that defense. And then once she gets on the attack, she makes them count.
Yeah, she's had a very good week so far. And there we go again. Takes the blade, hits. Well, I'll straight go to video, but...
in hope rather than expectation, maybe. 4-0 down. Got a video. Referee Mads Hyasbov stays with his decision, and it is a strong opening start from Tegan Williams Stewart. Georgette Sweeney now on for Australia. She will look to do something about getting this deficit back, but she is on against the individual champion Amelie Zhang, and Zhang has looked really, for such a young fencer, incredibly strong in this last week. In the senior team final against Scotland, it was her middle leg that turned the match around and really blew Scotland away. And then in the individual junior event, she has looked so strong.
Yeah, she can really do everything. She's got a lovely attack and also very strong in defence. Very technically accomplished fencer, but many sort of different aspects to her game. It's not a sort of one-trick pony. Strong at kind of all components. So it's going to be very difficult here, I think, for Australia. In a way, a little bit like the previous final we were on. Australia's best hope is probably if this fight gets scrappy. I think if it's clean fencing, it's going to be very hard to see them do anything. And here's a lovely attack from Amelie. Australia have to sort of try and disrupt this England rhythm. It's very difficult in England, a very strong team, 3 very strong fencers. Somehow you have to try and disrupt the rhythms and make it a little bit scrappy or impose a different rhythm. If you allow them to kind of just establish the rhythm they want, just going to be one-way traffic, I think.
So this, the individual silver medalist has handed over to the individual gold medalist, and Zhang going to work. What has Sweeney got? Has she got something that she can, some weapon that she can use? We can get her into this fight. Zhang off target, but she's so calm on the attack when the counter-attack comes. She finds a way to just get a point on.
Yeah, a really patient and as you say, calm attack. Very rarely makes a mistake in distance. And there's another lovely attack there around the
flick to
outside.
chest from Amelie Zhang.
This is a bit better from the Australian. She's trying to disrupt, trying to get a little bit into kind of Amelie's comfort, get her out of her comfort zone, try and get the distance a bit closer or disrupt the rhythm. But it's very difficult because she finds the blade and then she's able to score.
3 attacks, each one to a different target in a different rhythm from Amelie Zhang. 8-0. Australia already with work to do.
Yeah, and obviously anything can happen in fencing, but Australia are going to have to fence this fight drastically different from the first 2 legs if they're going to have any chance. So far, it's all England's rhythm. You can see Amelie is very, very calm, very much on the pace she wants to, and she pushes her opponent off the edge.
See Sweeney, she was so focused on what was happening, she didn't even realise that she'd gone off the back when she took the parry riposte. 9-0. And still Zhang. She seems to have all the time in the world to get a light on. That one is off target, but she won't mind.
No, she's very much set her rhythm up, and the fight is happening on completely and utterly on England's terms at the moment. And there's a lovely attack, lovely long attack. The Australian this time trying to outweight her, not kind of offering a counter attack for her to finish, but she's able to find the target because she gets it within distance, and very, very comfortable for England so far. Very hard to see how Australia are going to turn this around at the moment.
Sophia Glasson on now for Australia, and it's already looking a tall order. She was really strong, however, in the semi-final matchup against Canada. She came on and she just found a way to score points, pressing aggressively, and she was able to build her attacks and then begin to land them. It took a couple of legs initially, but, you know, going. She was unlucky and inaccurate in a couple of them, landing them off target. But by the time she got to her second and third matches, Sophia Glasson was really landing her attacks. But you feel like maybe England will not allow her time to set those up, and Isabella Johnson lands with her first.
Yeah, England have three of the four medals and fifth place in the individuals, so it's not difficult to see why they're so strong. I would kind of expect her to take video on this, but her coach obviously telling her it's not. I think Glasson thought she found the blade at the same time, but Mads giving parry riposte there.
And the start is with Mads Hyeskov wants another look. Both fencers pause. Mads Hyeskov, the referee.
I'm not a full expert by any expert, and it's attack left. So first point on the board for Australia.
Glasson building now. Can she get any kind of rhythm into this? It's been all England in these first two legs.
Yeah, this is slightly better from Glasson. She's got some kind of rhythm of her own on her attacks, although she was unable to land that one. But she dominated the preparation stages of that action. And again here.
Oh, she gets the parry, but she lands flat.
The problem is 12-1 is already a big lead.
There's the riposte. 13-1 now. And England just passing on to one fencer to the next. Johnson just fades into distance, deceives Glasson with the search. 14-1.
Yeah, this fight is so far happening completely on England's terms. That's a lovely hit, though. This time drawing the counter-attack and working off it. So Johnson looking for something similar to last time, but Glasson able and up to the task this time. Instead of trying to finish, she looked to take the parry and then hit. Johnson being a little bit more aggressive on that point, but nice defense from Glasson, very patient to the attack. Slightly less patient with that attack, probably threw it away a bit too early.
Calm on the transition, though. She gets the parry, lands off target as Johnson looks to collapse the distance. In close, Glasson putting up fight.
And that's what Australia have to do. They have to scrap and really work every point. Almost kind of, you've got to forget about the score now. You've just got to say, right, I'm going to transfer every hit one at a time. Maybe get one or two hits back. Glasson's had a better leg. She's been able to establish her preparation and distance. But the English team is so strong and so much depth, it's hard to see how too many legs can go Australia's way. Johnson being very, very patient now. She knows she doesn't want to make any mistakes.
She collects the blade in close. One light. Johnson takes England into the fourth. 15-3. Glasson, 3 points she scores, but it is still just England pulling away. And Tegan Williams-Stewart back on, and she will face Georgette Sweeney. Is there any chink in the England armour in this team?
Yeah, the bad news for Australia is they had a much better bout, but they still lost hits on it. So England won that particular individual fight 5-3, extending their lead.
Let's have a look. I do believe Australia have made a substitution, which means that Sweeney is off and Niamh O'Neill is on. Reserve on. So O'Neill actually started the semi-final against Canada. She was brought on. She started that and then was taken off for Sweeney. So just the reverse change happening here in the final. And like you said, Mike, she's just going to have to score points one at a time. The score almost irrelevant in many ways.
And there's a lovely counter riposte from, I say confidently, I'm not a full referee.
Referee Florence Ducam wants a look. Coming back out. Given as attack au fair.
That's why I'm not a full referee. We have absolutely world-class full referees refereeing this fight, so anything they say is obviously correct.
O'Neill started this leg well.
Yeah, she has. She's fencing a different rhythm. She's trying to change the rhythm, so she's trying to make a slightly slow rhythm and then suddenly explode, and then or almost a slow rhythm and kind of deliberately throwing away her attack to try and transition. I think she feels Tegan missed the first action. After the last one, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to wait for the referee to tell me what it was.
So the referee is taking a look, and it's Florence Ducam and Kelly Kohler looking. It is still attack from the right. The attack, okay, O'Neill.
And that's a nice attack. That's what Australia will be looking to do. Change the rhythm, so the rhythm's now slightly slower than it was in that first fight, where Tegan was really, really confident and really comfortable, and then just big sort of changes of pace. Either on the attack or on the transition when the attack first misses. That's what she's looking to do. So this is a good start from Australia, but there's obviously still a long way to go. England comfortably in the lead. Let's see if Tegan can slightly either change the rhythm or fence at this slow rhythm and still establish her power post game.
And this time, Williams-Stewart, she gets the blade, but Niamh O'Neill skips in and scores. 3-1 in this leg.
Yeah, and this is a lesson for the subsequent kind of bouts. There's a similar kind of action. So it's all slow rhythm. Tegan gets the parry, and then on the transition, collapsing the distance and getting that remise or counter-attack in. Two very similar hits, but clearly a tactic from the Australians. Let's see if Tegan will have to change how she's fencing. I think I agreed with that, but I think it's too passive on the march from the Australian, and nowadays Full is very quick to penalise a sort of passive march where they're not really committing to the attack, and a big sort of attack into that usually gets priority. A slight change in how the weapon's been refereed over the last few years, but I think it's a good one. It means you have to be active when you're attacking rather than just kind of waiting and finishing.
And again, there's O'Neill looking for that moment on the transition. She's identified this moment where Williams-Stewart takes the blade as being maybe something that can be profitable for her. Williams-Stewart in close, unable to score.
Yeah, I don't think the close distance is suiting William Stewart. I think she's got to try and establish her own distance, which is probably slightly longer. But more to the point, she's just allowed this rhythm to kind of settle into this very sort of...
And this time keeps it maybe a touch closer to take the blade, meaning that she's in distance to score that riposte immediately. Doesn't give O'Neill the time to set up the remise. Same again, but this time William Stewart misses.
Yeah, another example of kind of hitting in that transition, so missing that first attack. And that's a lovely direct attack, and that caught William Stewart a bit flat-footed, and that was also set up by the previous touches.
6 hits now. O'Neill has scored. Does she take the blade? Yes, she does. But at the very least, O'Neill will reduce the deficit by a minimum of 1. Still a long way to go for Australia, but it is at least a start.
She has. She'd like 1 or 2 more touches, I think, in this bout, because it's the first time. I think that's a similar hit. I think it's a very slow marching attack, which then pauses, and Tegan Williams Stewart takes it up. Got to be very careful now with attacking a full that you're actually attacking. But there's another example of that same direct attack. William Stewart a little bit flat-footed, probably not expecting the Australian to go directly, probably expecting a second intention action, and therefore kind of slightly caught out there. That's better from William Stewart, better defence.
William Stewart with the riposte lands it off target. You can see William Stewart is just given no room when she takes the blade. Life being made extremely difficult for her.
Yeah, and these are the right tactics from Australia. Okay, she misses on that one, but much better leg from Australia. Managing finally to kind of disrupt this really nice English rhythm which had established itself in the first 3 bouts. Let's see if Muralidharan. I'll get that right next time. Let's see if she can sort of work off that. In her first fight, she very much fenced, I'd say, normally, in the sense that, you know, she fenced to a normal rhythm and was just taken apart really by Tegan William Stewart. Fencing Isabella Johnson, who, if there is going to be any kind of weak link, it might be. Let's see how she fences this. Does she choose to still go in with her rhythm, or is she going to try and find a rhythm which disrupts the England fencer?
Early doors, Johnson just immediately disrupting Muralidharan and not letting her get going. It's a nice press, though, from the Australian fencer. She does this so well. She gets onto the front foot, presses, and she presses patiently. Thank you.
She does.
But while she's setting it up, she's vulnerable.
And that's what she's going to look to do in this fight. She's going to look to get that forward press, forward momentum going. Looks like Isabella Johnson is more happy doing counter actions rather than parries. And we'll see whether she manages to set up those counter actions or whether she has to change what looks to be her natural game, just from what little I've seen of this fight so far. Muralidharan now asking for a blade to be changed. Obviously felt sometimes in full that hit kind of bounces off and the tip doesn't fully depress or the light doesn't come on, and sometimes fencers feel it's because the weapon isn't quite as sensitive as it maybe should be. Sometimes it's just to sort of break up the rhythm of the fight as well.
Here we go then. Can Mairi Muralidharan just build on some of that momentum built by Niamh O'Neill? And Isabella Johnson, she's done this really well. She did it superbly against Glasson, finding a rhythm for the counter-attack. And Muralidharan misses her first. Johnson starts, and she is sent to video.
Yeah, it's whether Johnson waits too long before she restarts.
Referee comes back and says no.
Call.
There's the attack from the right. They both look for the blade, but it is attack from the right because Izzy Johnson is the one pressing.
Yeah, the Australian's looking unhappy, but that, to me, was a very clear decision. But this time, Johnson misses the first riposte. Murulidaran just slightly collapsing that distance to make it harder to land a riposte, and is able to land her remise.
And this time, Murulidaran looking to press, unable to score. Big leg that from England. Australia would have wanted Murulidaran to carry on with some of that momentum that Niamh O'Neill generated, but she's only able to score one. Izzy Johnson re-establishes a 14-touch lead and hands over to individual junior champion Amelie Zhang.
Yeah, very good leg there from Johnson. Very much feeding off her opponent's mistakes, but not making mistakes of her own, and sometimes in fencing that's enough. Murulidaran did the right thing. She was looking to press, looking to score. Just made a few too many mistakes and was picked off.
Zhang then on against Glasson, who was the first Australian to get the score going, and she skips in as Zhang, hand high, looks for the attack.
Yeah, that was a nice hit from Glasson and an uncharacteristic mistake from Zhang. But this time she just goes straight through. Very nice direct attack.
And this time drops Glasson's attack short, worried about the attack on preparation. Glasson has to finish. Zhang steps back and skips in to score.
She always looks like she has so much time when she's fencing. A little bit like sometimes when you're looking at cricket and it looks like batsmen have a lot of time to play the ball. And I've always thought it's a bit, with Amelie Zhang's fencing, it's a bit similar. It looks like she has ages to finish how she wants to finish.
Pressing again, Amelie Zhang.
And that's a lovely power pass from Glasson. Slightly too eager and nervous to finish, and Glasson able to find the parry and riposte. Nice active defence as well. If you go too passive in defence, then your opponent doesn't feel like they need to actually make a finish. So you have to force them to try and make that finish, and that's what she did very well.
Counter riposte from Zhang. She holds it back, strands Glasson, finds the line and finishes. The parry riposte is no from Zhang. Glasson collapses the distance on that transition. It's a moment to score that Australia have been able to profit from. They've just not had enough of them.
Yeah, Glasson doing a very similar fight to her first bout in that she's looking to be disruptive and kind of almost throwing those attacks away, knowing that basically her aim is to go on the transition.
Zhang, right at the last minute, finds the blade.
There. Lovely exchange of parries.
Where's the final parry with? Zhang's first counterattack misses. What happens after that?
From Zhang's body language, she doesn't necessarily believe it's hers. Of course, the last time I tried to call a hit, I was wrong, so. Referee's having a good chat about it. And this time I called it right. Kenny Hawker on video, an American referee, absolutely world-class referee. And Florence Ducam, French referee, another world-class referee. So.
Both fencers in the splits, exchanging ripostes. The athleticism on show.
Zhang looking for this patient attack of hers. And there it is. Works off the counter action, able to block it out and score.
Glasson down. It looks like she maybe rolled her ankle on that counter attack.
So England now with a 16-point lead. Really hard to see how that's going to be overcome.
Niamh O'Neill now, though, back on. The only matchup where Australia were able to win a match and start to eat into this deficit was her matchup against Tegan Williams-Stewart. 7-5 that match was. She is on now against Isabella Johnson. Can she repeat her heroics from the fourth leg? Whoa. Right at the edge of the timing. O'Neill finds the line. Johnson, a late video call there. Must believe that O'Neill missed her riposte.
Yeah, very much the kind of video which is called from the box. So sometimes the coaches and other fencers sometimes actually have a better view than if you're on the piste, and they'll tell you to go to video. And the England box there were asking for video. They're taking a long, hard look. I expect the score to stay the same now.
Here's the press now from Johnson. You can see that disruption from O'Neill. She found a really nice timing that she could exploit against Williams-Stewart and a really nice attack, but this one just glances past Johnson.
Yeah, she just missed there. Again, Johnson favouring the counter-attack, but the thing about having this big a lead is, you know, even if you get hit with a couple of attacks, no biggie. Eventually, you'll probably get the odd counter-attack and counter-attacking action. And that's the thing, when you have a big lead like this, you don't need to take any risks. Your opponent needs to take all the risks. And it's very hard in foil as well to go on these big runs whilst taking risks. It's not unheard of, but it's sort of harder.
They're in close. Johnson is off target.
O'Neill's fencing well. She's got that nice disruptive kind of style and actually pushing her attacks really well. She just needs to try and find a way of landing those attacks when Johnson collapses distance in that counter attack. So far, that's kind of what all the hits have been. There's another example.
And O'Neill just wanting to get her weapon changed.
Yeah, sometimes it's just you're not feeling it, or maybe the handles become a bit loose, or you just don't feel it's coming up for you, or sometimes it's just because you think a change of weapon might bring a change of luck. Who knows?
O'Neill then back with a new weapon. And it is not a change of luck. Both in. Johnson goes direct. O'Neill looking like she's waiting for something, looking like she's trying to avoid a parry.
Yeah, that was a nice action from Johnson there. O'Neill has done very little with kind of first intention. And Johnson recognising that, going direct. Lovely attack there, very patient. Found the finish. Johnson doing a really, really good job for England in her bout so far.
Johnson beginning a patient press now. She's happy to wait, though. And again, Isabella Johnson, she's just opening this lead out O'Neill yet to score in this leg. 20 points the lead.
Yeah, Johnson has really found a very good rhythm, which suits her. It's a slightly different rhythm from the other two England fencers, but she's been very, very clinical, very few mistakes, both on the attack and with her counter-attacking actions. And there's a first riposte which missed, I think, has correct. I say confidently, and always with trepidation as it's sent to video, but it looked like O'Neill picked up the blade, missed her first action, and then Johnson was able to finish and score, and I think that's what the two referees are going to say.
14-35. Johnson then hands over to Williams Stewart. O'Neill out of that leg without scoring, and the lead is 21.
And Johnson's three legs have been 5-3, 5-1 and 5-0, and when that's your third fencer, opening up 11 points over three legs, it's very hard for your opponent really doesn't stand a chance. Tegan Williams-Stewart slightly got lulled in her last fight, I felt. She kind of became a little bit too passive and allowed the Australian, I think it was O'Neill, to just kind of fence the way she wanted the fight to be fenced. Again, it sort of goes back to, I was making the same point in the epic, when you're the technically superior fencer, you really want that fight to be fenced at the rhythm you want to fence it. And if you allow your opponent to disrupt the rhythm, then that's when you can run into trouble. And she kind of allowed her opponent to kind of lull her almost in a kind of sleepy mode. So she'll look to establish a bit more dominance here, and this is much better already, a lot more active. This is a much more what the kind of how you expect Tegan Williams-Stewart to be fencing.
With the counter riposte, Williams-Stewart off target. And over on the far side, referee Ducharme has pinged Glasson for covering. The referee just wants to take a look to confirm.
Yeah, so in all of these fights, you'll have two what we call assessors who are stood on the side of the piste, and their job is to watch for technical offences by the fencer opposite them. And if the fencer makes a technical offence, they'll raise their hand, a signal to the referee that there's an offence. It's particularly important. The side Glasson is very hard for the referee to see. Referee Acevedo there saying Tegan Williams picked up the blade. Williams-Stewart, sorry. And you can see Williams-Stewart really has come out with different intensity, different rhythm from her previous fight, and she's dominating these exchanges a lot more. Glasson needs to find a way to disrupt this rhythm now. And here's the pressing attack. She's been very, very patient and finishing just off target, but lovely, very patient attack, waited for a moment, and then pounced.
And you can see it's so difficult for Glasson to find a way out, but she finds the counter-attack. Glasson under all sorts of pressure, kept composed.
Tegan Williams-Stewart picking up the blade. Glasson questioning it, but it seemed fairly obvious from where I'm standing. Sometimes in foil with those actions, it's not always 100% clear because it looks like maybe they're both trying to sweep at the same time. If they both go for the blade at the same time, it'll be given to the fencer coming forward. But sometimes it's a matter of who's kind of finding the blade in the right timing and rhythm, and the fact that the opponent is just kind of twiddling their sword around doesn't necessarily make it an attempted final blade. So that's...
Williams-Stewart just relentlessly on the blade. She is finding it every time she misses.
Yeah, Glasson doing well here to stay in this fight. But Still 21 hits the point, the difference.
And in is William Stewart. Deep lunge, almost out of nothing, as Glasson starts to think about building her attack.
And this is the thing about William Stewart and Sang also in particular. They have so many different hits they can get. It's not just one type of hit. So you might think, okay, well I've got to hold the arm back to stop the parry, and then you can get hit on preparation. Glasson pulling one back there for the Australians. Again with that sort of collapsing distance. The only time the Australians have really found any joy in this fight is when they've collapsed distance. Usually after a parry, they've sort of managed to collapse the distance and not allow the riposte to land, but it's not a hit which you can really rely on to win a fight to 45.
Two apiece then in this leg. That's nice. That's really nice again. Collects the blade and scores.
And very much fencing at that slightly longer distance, which England will want this fight to be fenced at. And it's not just a matter of kind of height or things like that. It's to do with at what distance the fencers feel comfortable fencing.
And there's that collapsing distance again, right? So William Stewart collects the blade. Glasson doesn't care that she's lost priority. She's in and looking to collapse and score.
Yeah, exactly right. And exactly the same hit again. As I said, it's the only time the Australians have found any joy in this fight is that sort of scenario. William Stewart will have to want to adjust now and just slightly widen the distance in her defence. Maybe step back as she takes the parry, and that will give her that more time to found the riposte, or perhaps even as the Australian goes to collapse distance, she could go for counter-attack action rather than taking the parry on the initial attack.
You can see there on that take, William Stewart just giving herself a bit of room as she takes the blade, denying Glasson the opportunity to go for that counter-attack.
Yeah, and it's now obvious what the tactics are. Glasson looking to collapse that distance, and Tegan will want to make sure she gives herself room to finish exactly like that. So this time the difference is Tegan Williams Stewart, as she takes the parry, she takes a step back, and that gives her that more distance to land the riposte. So Glasson now needs to be wary, and as she was there. So instead of collapsing the distance herself to try and stall the remise, just wait for the next action for Tegan.
And this time it's a nice change up there from Tegan. You know, she's taken the step back with the parry, taking the step back with the parry. This time she looks to just take it and go.
Yeah. And that's also some of obviously the key of fencing is if you do the same thing over and over again, then your opponent will know what you're going to do. So you have to keep changing. But you can see she's trying to keep this distance quite open. Give herself room for the finish. Not fussed if she doesn't finish the first time. There you go.
Because she's got the patience to collect the blade again, keep Glasson in her final 2 meters and finish.
Yeah.
To the shoulder.
Glasson for some reason looked surprised at that, but really, really good change from Tegan Williams Stewart there. Glasson started collapsing the distance consistently, and Tegan spotted that, was technically able to then take the step back with the parry, and then when she needed to land her long and patient attacks. So really nice fencing, really nice tactics. The lead now 22 points. To repeat what I said earlier, I don't think I've seen anything stranger than this, if there was to be a comeback.
Muralidharan, you expect she'll play her game. You expect she'll want to look to get on the front foot and press. And indeed, straight away. Zhang it's like you said, she just looks like she's got so much time. Strands Muralidharan, picks her off to the shoulder.
Yeah, and again, it's as long as that distance gives you space and time to finish, Zhang's not going to be in trouble, but she's such a technically able fencer. Zhang looking for some breaking timing there. not quite finding it, so Muralidharan able to land her attack. And that's a lovely power pass from Zhang. Picks up the blade. Muralidharan thinking some kind of technical issue. Not quite sure. Muralidharan looking to press, but again, Zhang just picks up the blade, and she's so patient and you know, very, very rarely makes a mistake in distance timing on that attack. Able to always find some way of finishing. That time off target, but she won't mind.
And same again, really, isn't it? Like, she collects the blade, the distance wasn't there, so she's happy to drop back onto defense, collects the blade again, finishes off target. A miss from Amelie Zhang.
Yeah, she just almost kind of inexplicably, really. I think we were both very surprised. Looked like she was controlling it and just obviously tip bounced off or just missed the target.
Zhang in and stops. Muralidharan able to take it up.
This time Zhang taking it up, but landing off target. And there's a power post from Zhang. Muralidharan looking surprised, but I think her box has told her, no, that hit's correct. So finding the blade and very, very patient with the finish. That to me is a real feature of her fencing. And then this time, Muralidharan looking to press, and she spots that and goes directly into the Australian. Just one hit to go now for England. And one of the few times really Zhang has generally tried to land an attack and done it at the wrong timing.
There's the attack from Amelie Zhang.
Yeah, there's a break in time from Muralidharan. Again, I'm not a foil referee, but I thought that looked clear enough. Muralidharan asking for the video.
Zhang seems pretty
referees
convinced.
Having a look, and they look pretty convinced. You can always tell if the referees have a short look at the video, it's unlikely to be changed. Dominant performance from England.
45-21. Amelie Zhang adds team gold to her individual gold. England 45-21 winners over Australia. Mike, thank you very much for joining us. We are now going to take a very short break, and then we will be back with the veteran men's épée final. Join us again when we will have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the podium the
There is no rest here in Sports Stock. On we march. Our fourth final of the afternoon. Veteran men's épée. Greg Allen of England taking on Mark Samuel of Canada. We are back with individuals, and it is veteran men's épée. Here we go. Mike Selig back in the hot seat. A marathon stint from you this afternoon, Mike.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, an interesting final this. Greg Allen, very well known on the British circuit, of course, multiple time, I think, British champion. Now fencing in the veterans, and he's had a quite smooth path to the final. Not many close matches. He was seeded very high after his pools as well. Fencing Mark Samuel of Canada. I haven't watched much of this competition. Mark's had a tougher run to the final. He won his quarter-final 10-9, and his semi-final was also a bit closer than Greg's. Sometimes if you come through close fights in the early rounds, it's actually better. Because it means you're more sort of ready for the fight. Sometimes if you sort of have an easy path, it can sort of lull you into false, well, not sense of security necessarily, but you haven't had to fence at your best, and then suddenly you have to, and it's hard to make that switch. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see how it goes. Veterans, of course, fenced at 10 rather than 15. So again, as I sort of said earlier, that difference of it means you have to sort of start strong. In if you're fencing to 15, you drop 2-3 hits early on. It's maybe no biggie. Even in épée, you can make that back. But when you've got a lot less room to play with, makes it more interesting. Also, shorter fights, so only 2 periods of 3 minutes.
Here we go then. Allen of England on the left, Samuel of Canada on the right, and we are underway. We caught Greg Allen on the stream earlier when he was fencing in his quarterfinal matchup against Alex Agranich, and what he did really well. We talked about oh, lovely from Greg Allen.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of Greg Allen over the years in Britain. He always works very, very well off your actions. So he's very good at sort of making you make an action and then he'll work off it. Direct attack there from Samuel hitting the leg. A nice hit. Greg probably just caught slightly unaware. Probably wasn't expecting Samuel to go straight away. So at the moment we've got this situation. Samuel looks like he wants to press, but it's a slow press. It's not a sort of hard and fast press. He's not really putting the pressure on. It's just he seems more comfortable to kind of be going forwards rather than backwards. Greg Allen is always comfortable going in any direction. I feel he sort of fences the same way wherever he is on the piste. It's very much. He'll do a first action, look to draw something from you, and then work off that. So he might extend the blade and hope for you to attack into it, and then take a parry or something like that. So Samuel's being understandably quite cautious. Those fencers will probably know each other quite well, although they've seen enough of each other to know what's going on. So Samuel's being quite cautious here, not really giving anything away. Quite a cagey start to the fight.
Sorry, we had the timing overlay there just for the first couple of hits. Should be fixed now.
And that's unusual from Greg. He went for direct, but he was out of distance. And Samuel able to pick off a counter-attack there. So it takes the early lead. Still very, very early days. Doesn't feel like either fencer has completely established what they're trying to do yet. So still very much feeling each other out at the moment. So looking to set up their own preparation, their own rhythm. Greg looking for a little bit more of a press now.
The observant among you will have noticed the deliberate error in the coverage of the junior women's foil, where we were talking about Amelie Zhang being the individual champion. That is, of course, wrong. The individual champion was Tegan Williams-Stewart. Sorry, Tegan.
As often happens with sabre referees, and by the time that final happened, I was well back in the hotel bar. Sabre's the weapon which goes quicker, so I will claim innocence and completely blame Rob for that one. So here's a slightly different fight now. So after a very cagey opening, it now looks like Greg's looking to establish his sort of forward press. Again, it probably won't often be a direct action. It will often be a second intention, which just means you sort of do a first feint and work off whatever Samuel has to offer in return. it's still quite a cagey fight, this one. Understandably, it's a final, it's close. Neither fencer has really managed to quite establish what they're trying to do and at the right timing. There's Greg going again. It's still that sort of second intention. So his first feint, nothing from Samuel this time, so he carried on going with his attack. But Samuel able to just score a double with his counter action. At the moment, this sort of lack of rhythm, I feel, is favouring Samuel. He looks very comfortable with this sort of what one would say is a false rhythm, which just means neither fencer is really pushing or getting into distance. They're both kind of fencing into a slightly extended distance without really going for any actions. 5 seconds left, and Samuel able to score. That's exactly what I was saying. That sort of non-rhythm, where nothing's really. I wouldn't say nothing's happening, but it's all happening at a sort of slightly larger distance than you really want if you're going to try and score a direct hit. Mistake from Greg really there to allow himself to be hit on that one. So that's 5-3, and that's a very good last sort of 30 or 40 seconds of that bout from Samuel. It feels like he's very happy with this rhythm, and Greg probably will want to change the rhythm, either get that distance a little bit closer, so Samuel feels he has to do an action and Greg can work off it, or maybe if he gets the distance close enough, he can go direct.
So into the minute break. Only 2 periods of 3 minutes in this, so there will be no additional minute break after to come. This match will end one way or another in this next period.
So they've had a chance to chat to their coaches, and we're interested to see how the tactics change. There's still plenty of time to change this around. 2 hits it's 2 hits, but if you just sort of, again, it's one of those, you can't worry too much about the scoreboard. You just have to trust yourself and trust your fencing. Try and set up that hit. There will be 2 hits in the next 3 minutes, and you have to just try and get them.
Here we go then, back underway.
And so far the rhythm's the same. I'm surprised. Yes, Samuel is going forward, but it's not a real press. It's, as we call it, a false press. It's sort of, yeah, I'm going forward, but I'm not actually looking to necessarily do any kind of action. I'm going to wait for your action. That's better from Greg. Got into distance there. Samuel, I think, probably a little bit impatient. Offered him up a blade, and Greg was able to take in the score. So now, completely different game. Very, very big difference to be 2 hits and 1 hit.
Oh, over the top goes Greg. There it lands on the guard, it looks like.
Yeah, it feels like that was more a miss than a deliberate hit from Samuel. Greg shouldn't mind that. If you're fencing how you want to fence in épée, you are just going to get hit the odd time, and sometimes just through bad luck or your mistake. But if you feel that you're fencing at the right distance and timing, you have to just keep going through those issues. Does feel like Greg slightly collapsed the distance here, so you can see that fencing a little bit closer than they were in the first half. And that's what Greg's looking for. So he's looking to get into that distance. Samuel will go, and he can go off that, or he can go direct like that, exactly like that. Really good change from Greg. Kind of what I was expecting, to be honest. And now, what is Samuel going to do? If he allows himself to fence at the same distance and timing, he's relying on either saving a lot of doubles or getting lucky to keep this lead. And there's more of a press from Samuel. You can see the immediate reaction. And this is the correct response. You can't just say, well, I'm 1 hit ahead. Once you sense your opponent has changed, then you have to make that change to try and cover it. If you sense their change is the right change. So it's now an interesting fight. Both fencers are now going to fence differently from they did in the first period. Now Greg again trying to establish that distance, and he'll either go direct or he'll wait for something and then go. Oh, and the riposte through the legs is good.
Lovely from Mark Samuel. Re-establishes a 2-hit lead.
And Greg just attacking from a little bit further out, but that was because Samuel had changed his rhythm and distance. So sometimes you feel like it's just a mistake, but actually what's happening here is there's tiny differences in the distance which both fencers are trying to establish. You know, we're talking less than 10 centimeters here. And so although it might look like it's very similar, it's all about who can find, you know, that really get their distance correct. Again, Greg's looking to really collapse this distance. Samuel's going to look, ooh, and they both miss, and Samuel hits, I think, with the reprise. Greg's done a call for video. I think he thinks it was passed, but, well, I would reasonably confidently say that point should stand. Of course, every time I reasonably confidently say something, it seems to change. Unless he hits off the piste, maybe that's what Greg's asking.
Let's have a look. They'll come back. Touche point.
Yeah.
3 hits the lead now. Mark Samuel 2 hits away in this first final of the Veteran Commonwealth Championships 2022.
And now Greg has to push. The time now becomes an issue. It's 1 minute 15 now on the clock, so you're talking 25 seconds per hit. You still think like that, so you think, you know, you're going to take 30 seconds maybe to score a hit. How are you going to set it up in 30 seconds? That's what Greg's doing. So he's pushing, but without sort of completely going. Oh, and that's lovely. And that's the problem when you're chasing a fight. You have to force yourself to not be over anxious. Now this is a really big lead because obviously any light for Samuel in this fight is over. Very hard to get 4 single hits in a row. But there's one. And that's what Greg's looked to do. I think Samuel probably will reflect on his attempted parry there and probably look more for counter-attacking actions. If Greg's really trying to stay step of the head, he might do a first feint, bring the counter-attack, and then take counter-time. It's probably the hit to go for here because Samuel probably won't look for parry, having been burnt on that one.
There's the counter-attack. There's
there we
the
go.
counter-time. Very nice, Mike.
And now's the time where Samuel might be getting a little bit edgy as well. You're 9-5 up, you know you should be winning. And then suddenly you might start to get a little bit anxious. So Greg needs to really put his foot on the throttle now and push. And almost sort of, you know, rely on Samuel being a little bit like that. So a little bit edgy. Samuel had the opportunity there, but, you know, sometimes you get to this winning line and you don't quite go for it. There was a big mistake from Greg in distance there, but Samuel didn't quite throw his attack out into it. And that allowed Greg to land his riposte.
Now then,
and that's a completely different ball game. It's still 30 seconds. That's a long time to score hit.
I feel like Greg Allen maybe has the answers now. Where's he going to look? What's Mark Samuel's answer going to be?
I think Greg will look to collapse distance and go direct again.
Oh,
and he does.
But
this time Samuel is equal to it. Takes the counter attack and is able to score the hit, which makes him Commonwealth Veteran Men's FA Champion. A really interesting fight. Lots of very subtle tactical changes throughout, which made for very interesting viewing. Sometimes in FA you really have to work out what the two fencers are trying to do. And Greg got into a situation there, but Samuel read that last action very well. Didn't get drawn into trying to parry it, and was able to land with his counter attack.
Mark Samuel then, Veteran Men's FA Champion 2022 for Canada. He is the first champion of the veteran events which have got started today, and we have one more final for you this afternoon, and that will be the women's Veteran Women's Sabre final, and that is about to take place. Will take place in the next couple of minutes. We will take a very short break, and then we will be back with that for you here. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for our final final of the afternoon, veteran women's sabre, and it is Naomi Donaldson of Northern Ireland on our right and Jane Hutchison of England on our left. For the last time, as part of his truly heroic marathon stint in the commentary box, I am delighted to welcome Mike Selig.
Welcome back, everyone. And yeah, final of the evening. An interesting one, this one. Naomi Donaldson probably wouldn't have expected to necessarily get this far at the start of the day. That's not a sort of meant as an insult or any way. She's obviously had a fantastic day coming through a lot of tough fights. As I said before the last DAY final, sometimes if you come through tough fights, it actually sets you off better because you're used to that intensity. Jane Hutchinson, I've watched a little bit of today. She's fencing very, very well. Very, very good sort of clean start. She's very clear with what she's trying to do. So she either goes for an attack off the line or fully commits to defending and making miss with a strong first preparation. Be interesting to see how this goes. Sometimes I feel that Naomi's attack is a little bit unclear, so attack on preparation for Hutchinson might well be a winning tactic to begin with. Be interesting to see what happens.
Great start from Donaldson.
Yeah, Hutchinson not just quite going out far enough, but she's able to miss. But Donaldson makes that one miss as well. And here she's on the attack, being quite nice and patient so far. Hutchinson looking for a counter-attack, and Donaldson looking to finish. That's a really strong attack and really good hit for Donaldson early on in the fight. If she can move Jane around, Jane is very, very strong in the middle of the piece, but if she can move her around, now that's a first initial miss. That's a very good hit from Jane. She's very good at drawing that first attack and making a miss.
Terrific riposte from Naomi Donaldson. Holds a distance to the last moment.
Yeah, and I feel like the game for Naomi Donaldson is going to be to take this fight out the middle, exactly like that. She's looking to either defend or do a long attack, very little in the middle, where Jane is possibly a bit stronger. Again on the attack, but this time Jane sticks out. That was a very nice, patient defense and very sharp step back. Can she finish her attack? She can, and that's an important hit because 5-1 would have been a big lead. Now it's 4-2, 1 or 2 more for Jane, and it's pretty much anyone's game now. And there's the attack on preparation. And that's the game which Donaldson cannot afford to play. If she gets stuck in the middle here, Jane's middle game will be a lot stronger. She has to move her around the piece and trust her defense. Again, same hit. So as long as this fight is happening in the middle of the piece, Jane will be Hutchinson will be very confident of being able to stall those hits. And it's the same action.
Yeah. Donaldson, it looks like she's just maybe worrying too much about missing in the middle of the piece at the moment. And as a consequence, 3 points in a row, she's gone into that attack on preparation from Jane Hutch. You'd want to see her now just go back to going in, looking to defend. It was so successful for her.
Yeah, exactly. And her defense is really, really strong. She's very happy to move up and down the piece, or at least was on the first few hits, and that was working really well. Sometimes, in sabre, it is okay to defend. You don't have to attack off the line every time. It's even okay to if your opponent has the attack, if you're working hard in defense, they still have to land their attack, and giving up the attack is not the end of the world all the time, particularly if you've got a strong defensive game and you're happy going up and down the piece. Jane Hutchinson wants this fight to be fenced in the middle of the piece. Be interesting to see what the coaches say. Glenn Sandcroft coaching there, and he's a very experienced coach. I actually rate Glenn very, very highly. So it'll be interesting to see if he's giving a similar message. I imagine he's almost certainly saying to not attack so much in the middle of the piece, because every time that's happened, she's been caught on that preparation. Jane Hutchinson has a superior tactical attack, so you have to take that away from her. Still anyone's game. The first few hits here are going to be very interesting.
So then, what are we going to see in this second half? But again, Donaldson looking to
much of the same, and you can see the coach there is telling her change up. And there you go. That's the change, and the coach saying that's exactly what I'm telling you to do. Now, Jane might look to push if she might have to push here. No, she doesn't. And Jane has to change. Naomi Donaldson here is going to go backwards, I think, again.
On the attack, it's a terrifically composed attack from Naomi Donaldson. Will she return to defense now?
Well, that was lovely because she held her attack and then Jane went backwards and then she was able to finish. And Jane looks at the moment like she's not quite sure what the answers are. But she picks up the blade. That's a slightly sort of, not lucky, but against the run of play. You know, your opponent was dominating. And that's a bigger attack. So you can see she was expecting Donaldson to defend, so she went bigger. What will Donaldson do in response? I don't think she has to change. I just think she has to go back a little bit further, and that'll be fine.
Into the guard. Riposte is given for Donaldson. 8 apiece. Jane Hutch would like that looked at.
I'm not always loath to say the referees got a decision wrong. I personally, live, I felt that was possibly the other way, but I'll have a look what they come up with. I'm having a long look. If they come back quickly, it's almost certainly going to stay.
And they have stayed with their decision.
Stays.
8 apiece. As we go into the business end of this last final of the evening. Donaldson drops short. Can she work the defence? No.
She can't. Lovely attack from Jane there. Very patient and really sharp finish. It looked like Naomi might have landed the counter-attack. Still anyone's game.
One light. Committed attack. Now then, who blinks first? It's the attack from the left. Jane Hutch commits off of the line. 10-9. She takes the Commonwealth Championship for England. Naomi Donaldson, the silver medal for Northern Ireland. Just having a quick look, because they have to, because it is 9-all.
I think they have to check the video at 9-all, so they are going to check, but it's clearly attack from the left. There's no way that's going to change or do anything else differently. There we go.
Naomi Donaldson then. Really good performance.
Yeah, it's a brilliant day for her, and she fenced that final really well. You know, Hutchinson would have been the favourite coming in, and Naomi actually made her work really hard. She changed to what she was doing. Jane changed in response, and in the end, that was just enough to keep her over the line, but could have been anybody's fight. And an excellent win for Jane Hutchinson. I know both fencers very well. They're both lovely ladies, so really happy for both of them. I'm really happy for Jane taking the gold medal.
And that concludes our coverage of the Commonwealth Fencing Championships today on day 7. We will be leaving the stream running to cover the medal presentations and the national anthems, but we will not be having any commentary coverage. Thank you very much for joining us, everyone. And Mike, thank you very much for guiding us through those finals.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be back again tomorrow for our coverage of the second half of the junior team events and the next 2 events in the Veterans Individual Commonwealth Championships. Join us again then. Thank you.
Somebody's got to be on a plane in an hour and a half, so we've moved it for her.
Please welcome to the podium finalists for the Junior Women's World Team Championship. Representing Canada, Ying Kao, Jamie Park, Isabella Sabatini, and Laura Sigel. In the other bronze position, representing Scotland, Ellen Buckley, Hannah Fielding, and Emma Boone, and Zoe Wagstaff. In the silver medal position, representing Australia, Sophia Glasson, Mayuri Muralidharan, Neil O'Neill, and Georgette Sweeney. And in the gold medal position, and the 2022 Junior Women's World Team Champions, representing England, Isabella Johnson, Georgia Silk, Emily Zhang, and Tegan Williams-Stewart. Please now all stand if you are able and place the flags for the national anthem of England.
bronze medal position, representing Canada. In the bronze medal position, representing Canada, Nathan Brunet, Florian Lebois, Timothy Lim, and Theo Ross. In the other bronze medal position, representing Australia, Roshan Chandra, Jacob Brook, Samuel Abaki, and Jonathan Patchen. In the silver medal position, representing New Zealand, Charles Kennedy, Cooper Gaucher, Tom Sarah, and Ryan Stewart. And in the gold medal position and the junior men's FA team champions 2022, representing England, Alan Brooke, James Gill, Al Jones, and Joseph Walmsley. Please and all the medalists for the veterans, men's epee and veterans women's sabre, please make their way to the end of the finals piece by the red piece. Andrew Brown, who competed in the veteran men's individual epee event, is in the hall. Please can he make his way to the end of the podium piece by the red piece. That's Andrew Brown competing in the veteran men's epee event. Please welcome to the stage the medalist for the veterans individual men's epee championships. The medals will be presented by Marie-France Dufour, President Hauser. In the other bronze medal position, also representing England, Alexander Ellison. In the silver medal position, representing England, Gregory Allen. And in the gold medal position, the veteran men's individual FA champion for 2022, representing Canada, Mark Samuel. Please now also welcome to the podium the highest place finishes for each of the individual age groups. In the 40 to 49 category, representing Canada, Mark Samuel. In the 50 to 59 category, representing England, Gregory Allen. In the 60 to 69 category, representing Canada, Michael McDonald. And in the 70 to 79 category, representing Scotland, Andrew Brown. Please now all stand if you are able and face the flags for the national anthem of Canada.
Doesn't matter which, does it?
Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the Veterans Women's Individual Sabre Championships. Presenting the medals will be Ruth Robson, Secretary of the Organising Committee for the Commonwealth Fencing Championships 2022. In the bronze medal position, representing Canada, Wendy Yano. In the other bronze medal position, representing England, Lucy Wright. In the silver medal position, representing Northern Ireland, Naomi Donaldson. And in the gold medal position, and the 2022 Veteran Women's Individual Sabre Champion, representing England, Jane Hutchison. Please now welcome to the podium the highest placed finishers across the different age groups. In the 40 to 49 age group, representing Northern Ireland, Naomi Donaldson. In the 50 to 59 category, representing England, Lucy Wright. In the 60 to 69 category, representing England, Jane Hutchison. And in the 70 plus category, representing Scotland, Vivian Bray. Please now all stand if you are able and face the flags for the national anthem of England.
Have we got everyone, or do we need more? Got it. Yeah, do we just have the winning team, or do we have both?
We've got to have both. And that's the second, first, and second place. What am I supposed to be doing?
Please welcome to the podium the competitors for the Women's Junior Team Challenge. The second place team, representing the Scottish team, Keris Manning, Emma McLaughlin and Lucia Paul. And the winners of the Junior Women's Sabre Team Challenge, representing Ansafa, Bermute, Poppy and Elko